13.
O'clock.
No volume?
How about now?
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear us now?
All right. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear it.
Yeah. I think, well, it was off. I don't know why that happened.
Yeah.
That just happens randomly sometimes. But yeah, what we were saying was that, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah,
it's
the microphone turned itself off, as it does every now and then. It happens every now and then. But yeah, I was saying that somebody asked me to wear the green wig because of witches. Because that's what we're doing the show about today.
Yeah, and I was working on the car, and she came down in a green wig just a few minutes ago. And I said, "Man, you look like the Joker in that green wig, that green hair." And she got mad.
Yeah.
But it's just a wig, you know.
Like I said.
It just looks crazy in broad daylight.
Well, we're not in broad daylight.
Yeah, it looks good here.
We're in my office, and we're on camera, and I think it looks delightful.
Yeah,
so.
Tonight's going to be a good show, man. This is going to be about Rosaleen Norton.
Yes. Rosaleen Norton.
Rosaleen, yeah. She's the witch of King's Cross.
That's what they started calling her.
She's pretty cool. And we got pictures of her artwork. She's an artist and a mystic.
Like an occultist.
Yeah, back in the 50s. And she was kind of like the female Anton LaVey, but if she was an artist.
She's cooler than Anton LaVey, I feel like.
Yeah, cooler than Anton LaVey. She did a bunch of weird shit, got into a lot of trouble. I believe that she actually could do some paranormal stuff based on what she said. But we'll get into that in a minute. She actually was kind of good looking. She looked like a witch, but she made herself look like a witch. She was a witch. She's kind of like a sorceress. Although you see pictures of her without her fucking hair and her eyebrows touched, she looks kind of cute. But when she was young, looked like a witch, she looked fucking crazy. She looked sinister. But kind of hot in a weird way. Not my type. Skinny. But some guys would be into that.
She had some crazy ass teeth.
Yeah, crazy ass fucking teeth.
And she had the eyebrows like all arched and stuff. Like,
yeah.
And we wondered, because there's a documentary about her. There's a lot of documentaries about her on YouTube. But there was a documentary about her that's on Amazon Prime that's called The Witch of King's Cross that was made in 2021 by Sonia Bible, the filmmaker. And we wondered while we were watching it last night, and I said we wondered if Vampira had gotten ideas from how she looked.
Yeah, because Vampira was kind of like the supermodel version of her. Even though, what was her first nickname that they used? They used a nickname for her. It wasn't Rosalind.
Rowie.
Rowie, yeah.
That's what they called her.
That's what they called her. Called her Rowie. Rowie started off young. She was doing this shit as a little kid, and she became an artist, really good artist. And was a scenester, kind of like a proto-goth.
Oh, very proto-goth.
Yeah. She would have really liked fucking Merciful Fate and Venom, like black metal bands.
Yeah, she would have been way into that.
She would have liked some of the post-industrial folk, like fucking Death in June, and she would have liked Current 93, I'm sure, and David Tibet. She'd have been in that into that satanic kind of folk music. She liked classical music, but she had never seen anything satanic. She was inventing it. She did a good job. She was a witch who would channel fucking dark forces and paint them. And she could fucking paint awesome. It was like, she looked like a Marvel superheroes, but satanic and sexual, mixing humans with animals and demons and shit. She's channeling and getting esoteric wisdom from them. And from what I could see of the photos, they didn't show them much, but I could see of her pictures, there was a lot of symbolism You know what I mean? An occult meaning behind it. I'd like to have some time to look at it.
Lot
She
of
knew
y-
what she was doing. She
A lot
wasn't
of
making it up.
Jungian
A lot
symbolism.
of Jungian
stuff
fucking
too.
psychology and shit. Fucking, she was getting in touch with her primal self, and she wasn't a lightweight, but she looked like she was a lot of fun. You know, me and Jen would hang out with her back in the day.
That's what I mean. Like, I feel like she was super ahead of her time.
Yeah, she was out of her time. She got in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They didn't know how to take this shit. A lot of people ripped her off. Looking at her art, I think H.R. Giger was inspired by some of the shit that she was doing.
Oh yeah, totally possible.
I think he was not ripping her off, but I think inspired by. And I have a feeling Vampira also. And Anton LaVey was kind of like a male version. I think Anton LaVey must have known about her.
Yeah, I don't know because I mean she's she's considered Australian even though she was actually born in New Zealand, and her parents, I'm not sure about both her parents. For her dad for sure was English. So her parents actually moved to New Zealand before she was born. And then she was born in New Zealand, and then when she was 7 or 8 years old, then they moved to Australia, and she lived to Australia for the rest of her life. Yeah. So she's kind of considered Australian, even though she wasn't really born there.
She was definitely inspired by Aleister Crowley. She was doing Crowleyan type shit, a little bit darker. She was into the sex magic.
Yeah.
BDSM, group sex magic shit. She had a harem of, like, little gay boys.
Well, just kind of two, but I mean, like,
them, yeah, they were like her sex slave type partners, and one of them was the main one.
Yeah, they were together a long time.
Yeah,
they were together a long time.
Yeah, she was kind of like the original fag hag in a way, but she was bi herself. But she was attracted. Her boyfriend was gay, evidently.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably bisexual, but I kind of feel like, and he was a lot younger than her. Yeah. I think he was 13 years younger.
Yeah. She was kind of cute and made herself look fucking scary, and as she got older, she did kind of look kind of fucking scary, but I've seen some pictures of her when she didn't have her makeup on, her hair was just kind of normal. She looked like a normal, good-looking chick, really.
Right.
But normally, when you saw her, she was just this skinny, gaunt, goat-looking woman with an elongated face and teeth that could eat corn through a picket fence, and
her teeth
real fucking high bangs, and she looked like wearing witch clothing and shit. She
and
was
there's like arched eyebrows,
whipped. She looked like a cartoon character, but kind of hot in a weird way. Like I said, not my type.
Like witch hot.
Yeah. She tried to make herself look uglier than she was, actually.
Well, the cool thing about her, and like I thought this was pretty awesome because, and this is why we're saying she was kind of like a proto-goth and that kind of stuff, is because, and you could get legit arrested for this crap. Like she was doing this shit like back in the 40s and 50s. She did. Yeah. For just doing artwork and like just getting freaky with people that were all over the age of consent, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and we're gonna show you the artwork. We got pictures.
Yeah, I've got some of her artwork. Like,
you got pictures of her loaded too?
I don't, but there's like some on the there's one on the thumbnail and there's one on like the
one on the
image.
Thumbnail. She actually looked better than that. That was not a really good photo of her, but she could look real good when she was young. She looked good in a kind of like a goth chick way.
But the cool thing about her was that she never compromised her principles. She was basically like, hey, this is me. I'm a pagan. I'm a witch. You know, if you don't like it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, she straight up told him.
And she just like said that like her whole entire life. And like I said, she's going to jail doing this kind of stuff. And she's just like, meh. And, so I love that about her. And then like when the tabloids started being like, oh my God, Satanism and stuff like that, she just leaned right into it.
Yeah, she would be
way ahead of her time. Way ahead of her time.
Exhibiting these pictures, and they're like, and they were like, "This is obscene." You know, there's a bunch of sex magic going on between animals and humans and demons and shit. Well, how did you get all this shit? And he goes, "Oh, I did it in a trance."
Yeah,
you know, I was channeling fucking demonic forces, and fucking, she just straight up tell you.
She seemed to be one of those people, and I'm kind of one of those people as well. So I just kind of thought that was cool. That she was just kind of like, she didn't really understand why she had to like conform to bullshit that she didn't ascribe to. You know what I mean? Yeah. And she did like try to explain to people like about paganism and stuff like that. She was just explaining like what her beliefs were and stuff like that. And everyone's like totally scandalized. And because everyone got scandalized, I think that she kind of was amused by just leaning into it. Like I said, she'd pose for magazines, like she'd put a witch hat on and like make herself look even more witchy than usual. And it's like, hey, if you're gonna like fucking talk about me like that, then I'm just gonna like give you what you want. You know what I mean? Just because I think she just thought it was amusing, you know. But like I said, I just thought that was really cool of her, that she didn't make any money really in her life. She always kind of lived in squats and like lived and stuff like that, but she seemed to have lived exactly the way she wanted to, which to me that seems like success, right? She didn't like compromise anything. She didn't, I'm sure her life was difficult and stuff, but she never seemed to complain about it, even though she never had any money or anything. And we're still talking about her all of this time later.
Yeah,
you know.
I'm gonna show you some pictures of Rosaleen.
Rosaleen,
yeah. Here's Rosaleen with a big old picture of Pan.
Yeah, that was in their house where they lived for a while. That was like a mural that was on the wall.
Yeah.
That people would come in.
Here's a picture of young Rosaleen. What the fuck?
Murder Hornet's wondering why he got unmodded.
I don't know. We didn't do it.
I didn't do it.
That was Rosaleen.
I can't even do anything from here anymore.
That's her and her goth fucking look. Back in the 50s. Look at the eyebrows. Yeah. And she grew up this way. She's not putting it on. When she was a kid, she was kind of like that. She was living out in the backyard.
I kind of love that, like, as a kid, she was kind of like Wednesday Addams.
Yeah.
She was, like, super into creepy shit, like, from when she was a kid. It was pretty awesome.
Here she is when she was older. She died at 60.
62,
62, so she didn't live that long.
Yeah, she got colon cancer.
Yeah. But she did some wild shit. We're going to tell you some stories of the shit that she did.
Like I said, she sounded super fun.
Yeah.
I was like,
corrupting other people and getting them in trouble and ruining their careers.
Well, now, see, I don't want to go. I don't want to go that far because I was reading an article. There was like a big long article about there was like a exhibition of like there have been like several exhibitions of her work in the last few years. I kind of feel like she got rediscovered somewhat.
She was way ahead of her time.
Like in the 2010s.
Yeah, her art is good. It wasn't a scam. She was good, real good. I mean, she was doing shit with illustration that would put Marvel Comics to shame. Her work to me looked a lot like a satanic Marvel Comics.
Yeah.
She was really big into the female form and the male form. She was into male and female sexual energy. And these badass fucking poses of her like a fucking Pan and shit, and fucking her talking, and she had all these characters she was channeling through her sorcery. She was channeling a Lilith spirit. She was channeling Lilith. She was channeling Satan or Lucifer. She was channeling Pan. She was channeling the one called the Master. The Master was Lucifer, I think, though, wasn't he?
Yeah. Her main thing was Pan, though. She was like real into that.
And she was astrally projecting through sex magic, and her description of what she was seeing when she was projecting checks out with the kind of shit that I saw. So
yeah, when she was talking about it, it kind of sounded like what you said.
Yeah, I said, okay, yeah, she's
like
actually
when you had an OBE.
I've had OBEs and NDEs, near-death experience. I've had that too, but I've never had an OBE or astrally projected from sex. She was doing some wild BDSM.
Well, and drugs too.
And drugs.
She had like a whole bunch of drugs.
Yeah, okay, it's probably possible.
Yeah.
You just got to get yourself into the right mind state to do it, and it's all about mental state.
I mean, we were talking about the whole sex magic thing because she was real into that. Like I said, they did take a lot of drugs as well. They actually, on the documentary, the one that's on Amazon Prime, there are actually like a bunch of people. You know, not a bunch, but like a handful of people that knew her, that like went to her house and went to her parties and stuff like that are still alive. So they did like interview some of those people, which I thought was kind of cool.
There's a good picture of Rosalind.
Well, wait a minute. Is that the...
Yeah, it's her.
I think that's the actress that played her in...
No.
Let me see.
It's her.
No, that's the actress.
Oh, it's the actress that were playing her?
That's the actress that played her in
in the movie.
In the documentary. Because they had... clips of her,
Yeah.
but then they also had like reenactments.
Reenactments of her.
And then they had an actress.
Trying to find a good picture of her.
Yeah. Tammy said she almost looked like Judy Garland. She doesn't.
No.
Yeah. Well, she does
Like
kinda.
an evil Julie Garland.
Like an evil Judy
Julie
Garland. Judy Garland.
had a love child with fucking Mirror Spock. She kind of looked like Spock too. Shit, what the hell's happening here? Oh, there we go.
The Phantom says, believe it or not, Saudi Arabia's police task force has a division that only seeks out people practicing witchcraft in modern times.
Yeah.
Well,
As
something
if you could find him.
Something I did not know was that Australia did not repeal the witchcraft law, which had been passed in England in the 1700s, until 1971, the year I was born. Or the year before I was born, actually. They were still, you could still technically prosecute someone for witchcraft until 1971 in Australia, which kind of blows my mind a little bit. They had actually repealed it in 1951 in the UK, which is still way too late, but took another 20 years for it to do in Australia. Although the thing about it was that I don't know, like they never did prosecute her with witchcraft, did they? It was always like other stuff.
That's the
because
kind
maybe
of,
they didn't think it would stick.
That's the kind of shit she was drawing.
Yeah, like I think I have that,
yeah, that's really
like,
good.
lined up, but
Really good stuff. It would have looked really cool on like any black metal album. That's her. She looked a little bit like a Vulcan. Like
that, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, like a Star Trek.
She did look a little bit like a
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of nudes of her, you know. She's got nudes of her getting whipped up. She's got fucking back laid open where her boyfriend was a bunch of BDSM stuff. She was trying to transcend reality.
People in the 40s and 50s did not get it.
Yeah, they didn't get it. They did not get
shit
that.
was going on, for sure. But, man, everybody was fucking scandalized by that kind of stuff. Like, nowadays, everyone's like, man, whatever. Everybody does that shit. Come on. Well, a lot of people do that stuff. Well, it's like, I like that. One of the things that really, like, kind of brought, and, like, I know this intellectually, but one of the things that the documentary brought home and, like, researching Rosaleen Norton brought home is that back in her day, when she was alive, when she was real active, like in the 40s and 50s, you know, you could be like a witchy, gothy person and like hang out in squats and like hang out with drag queens and stuff like that, like you would do nowadays. But back then, cops could just bust into your house and like arrest you and take your shit and like
steal all your letters.
Yeah, which
letters.
they did, which we'll get into. And it's just like they were just looking for a reason to charge her with something, anything, because they didn't like that she was different.
Look how cool that shit. That was 1950s.
Yeah.
That she's doing that. Fucking ram's heads. Yeah. Just this badass shit. That's the master. The one that she was channeling.
Yeah, that one's not called the Master, but because I have one that's called the Master.
Okay, yeah, but that was that same character. There was a couple different forces she was channeling.
But that's, I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of like, she just seems like cool as shit. Yeah. And she wasn't, like I said, she wasn't a poser. She wasn't anything like that. She was really into all this shit. And she lived her entire life like that. Yeah,
this is her. That's a drawing of her. And that's kind of how she looked.
That's nude. Called Lilith, that one.
Yeah, well, she drew herself as Lilith, though, remember?
But I mean, I'm saying that's what that one's called. Yeah. Like, I have the artwork. I don't, I don't know why you keep putting the shit in front of my face, because I'm just like, I have a bunch of that stuff.
All right.
Like, already lined up.
There's a lot of really good shit that she did.
Yeah.
And I'm sure this inspired, like, Giger and all kinds of people that came later. And, like I said before, based on what she said, I think she was having paranormal experiences. Definitely she was having out-of-body experiences.
It sounded like, I mean, the way she talked about it. So, she was really fucking serious about the shit. You know what I mean? In a way, like I said, we did a show about Aleister Crowley, and Aleister Crowley, or actually Anton LaVey, too. I kind of feel like Anton LaVey was a little bit more LARPy.
Yeah.
Slightly. Rosaleen Norton, she seemed like the real deal. She was really, really into this shit. She was like into, taking the drugs for mind expansion and the sex magic and everything like that. And like I said, she lived her whole entire life like that, even at the cause of like her getting arrested.
Yeah.
And charged like several times. So
yeah, she had all different explanations of why the female orgasm was the way it was. You know what I mean? It's because women are supposed to have a bunch of men. She's a trip, man.
Yeah, that was her argument, which actually kind of makes sense if you think about it. She's like, I don't get this whole thing where I'm paraphrasing, but she's like, I don't get this whole thing where they're like, oh, because of nature, like men are supposed to like hit all these women and stuff like that. She's like, if anything, it's the opposite because women can have multiple orgasms and men can't. Right. So it's like, so it should be the other.
He's done. He's gone.
So it should be the other way around. Like women should just be like, you know what I mean?
She's saying women should be in gangbangs.
Yeah.
She was a trip, man. She's a real trip.
Like I said, she
died a trip too. We're going to tell the whole story.
I mean, she sounded super fun.
Yeah, she sounded like she was
because we're like watching this and be like, we would have hung out with this chick for real. like if we were around that.
There are women that are like this now, but they're not really making the same kind of statement she was making. She was.
Well, it doesn't stand out now because society has changed. Yeah, back then, people were like, "What the fuck?" You know.
She was doing this without any kind of social support network. Like she didn't have a goth scene of a bunch of people that did this shit. So it's kind of normal. No, she was doing this shit on her own. She was creating stuff.
I mean, she hung out with other artists and poets and shit like that.
Famous composers. We're getting involved with her fucking sex magic rituals. And shit.
We'll get because like some famous.
Which was an orgy. She was having orgies with dudes.
Yeah, and that was kind of like what. That's what people came over there for.
Taking drugs and trying to do what Aleister Crowley did: access extra-dimensional beings.
Sure.
And getting messages from them.
Yeah, exactly.
She talks about it now. The documentary they watch, that was on
Amazon Prime.
It's on Amazon Prime.
I think it's other places too, but if you have Amazon Prime, you can watch it for free. It's included.
Yeah, it's a real good documentary.
It's not long. It's like an hour and 15 minutes or something.
Now, at the end of the documentary, they kind of put a spin on it to interpret what she's doing as kind of like the sacred feminine and the divine. Their take on it was very modern, and it was kind of like. They tried to push it in the realm of kind of like fourth wave feminism, which is actually bullshit. She was a lot more than that. She was into the diabolical feminine,
the monstrous feminine.
The monstrous feminine. They didn't really understand what she was doing. I understand it. It was the dark side of femininity, but becoming one with it. And she was not anti-male. She was pro-male. She liked men. She liked women too, but she liked men. She liked male energy and female energy. She wanted it both. And she liked the interplay between the two, domination and submission, and how fucking things could be role reversed between male and female.
A lot of her art was what we would call, like transgender. Like now it's like, it's like a female character, but like has a penis, and she did like a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, she was
very fluid.
Yeah, she had a very wide spectrum.
Yeah,
and she liked it all. She was a maximist. She liked the maximum. She liked that bitch turned up to 11.
Yeah,
yours might go up to 10. Hers went up to 11. So
or maybe 25 or something like that. But it's just
like that.
Yeah, and like I said, I think the world was not ready for her.
No.
Nowadays, she would not stand out.
Not
like
the goth scene.
Well, yeah, like I said, but like in a way that's good because like obviously like we're a lot more tolerant nowadays. But it's like back then people just like could not handle it.
She would have stood out for being cool and being a great artist though.
Oh yeah,
people would.
She would stand out because of that, but she wouldn't stand out. She wouldn't be getting arrested or like standing out because like, oh my god, she does BDSM, or oh my god, she has 2 boyfriends, or oh my god, you know what I mean? Like nobody would bat an eyelash.
Oh my god, she's drawing satanic rituals and demons.
Oh my god, it's a big penis that looks like a snake.
She drew a picture of a demon eating babies.
Right.
Yeah. Nowadays,
everybody's like,
whatever.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
You could tell Giger ran that into the ground. I think he saw her work and went, okay, yeah, I can do that.
Now I'm kind of wondering if like H.R. Giger was.
Yeah, he had satanic elements in some of his stuff. I think he'd seen her.
I mean, his artwork doesn't look like hers.
No.
But I mean, I guess thematically, because okay, so one artist that came before her was around at the same time as her. His name is Austin Osman Spare. and she gets compared to him a lot. So I went and looked at his artwork. Now, I will say that, like, thematically, there's stuff with symbol, because he was an occultist, too. So he would do, like, kind of symbol, like, Jungian symbolism and stuff like that. But his artwork doesn't look like her art, like, stylistically. Thematically, it's similar, but stylistically not.
To me, her work looked kind of like, it was some of it kind of inspired by the Crowley tarot card set.
That's, yeah.
Mixed with Stan Lee, Marvel superheroes drawings, and Escher. Some of it was kind of like Escher, real. She was doing some tricks with perspective, and she's good. She's a trained artist. She's not pulling out of.
I mean, she went to art school.
She went to art school, yeah.
You know, I don't know if she finished.
She did human form, and so she didn't have to finish. She was good enough.
Well, and she studied under like quite a famous sculptor also, who was also a pagan. By the way, we'll get into that.
But she ended up moving down to King's Cross. That's kind of like the red light district of fucking city. You know, she liked to hang out with.
That's like where all
hookers and
that's where all the hookers and drag queens and poets and artists and shit like that. Yeah. Like, people squatted down there. There was, like, cafes you could hang out. Like, it was that kind of place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Shootings would happen in her apartment. She thought it was cool. She was wild, man.
Yeah. Like I said, she was kind of wild. But like I said, she seemed like... As, like, somebody that fun.
Yeah.
I always kind of wonder what would have happened. I just kind of feel bad for them. Like, she seems to have been, like, pretty chill about everything. Yeah. You know, considering, like, how people, like, shit on her entire life. You know, she seems pretty circumspect about it. But I always kind of wonder if you go back in time and just, like, just for a day or two, like, bring her to the modern era. Yeah. You know, maybe she would just be like, oh, this is much better. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Probably.
Because I kind of feel like, man, she was, like, way ahead of her time back then. And that must have been, like, really
Well, what was weird is that, you know, she did a lot of spooky artwork, and she would do things that scared people of the 50s. But by the story, she was
hard to do.
She was a good person, though. She wasn't hurting anybody.
No,
she was a good person.
Absolutely not.
She always had a smile on her face and laughing about, you know.
Like I said, she seemed real chill about everything.
Yeah, she thought the shit was funny and she liked it.
Is she still alive? No, she died in 1979.
Yeah.
She died at the age of 62, so quite young. She died of colon cancer. But yeah,
and with nuns taking care of her.
Yeah,
she thought it was funny.
Which she thought was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Like I said, she seemed to have like a really good attitude about life.
Her final words was, I was brave. I came into this world bravely. I'm going to leave it bravely.
That's what she said. Yeah. That's what her last words were. Yeah. And I was like, man, like as soon as I'm at the end, I'm like, man, this chick is awesome.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember, like, because somebody recommended that we do a show about her.
Yeah.
And I had never heard of her, like, and I feel really bad about that. But like I said, you know, it's an Australian...
She's an Australian classic, man.
Yeah, kind of thing. But it's like, the more I found out about her, I'm like, man, this chick's badass. Like, I can't believe I never heard of her before.
She was way ahead of her time.
Yeah.
In terms of the dark arts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she inspired a lot of artists and people that ended up in Hollywood making a lot of the movies. Like, you know, like Giger. Look, I think Giger was, you know, and the goth scene and black metal, and I think a lot of that came from shit like this. But she's good, man. She's real good. A famous composer of her time fucking recognized what it was he was dealing with. He started doing sex magic with her and shit. We're gonna tell you that story.
Which that didn't work out so good.
It didn't work out good
for him, but that wasn't a him problem or a her problem. That was a society problem.
Yeah.
That was a society problem.
They cracked down on. They weren't, and which is ridiculous because they weren't doing anything to anybody that wasn't in on what, you know what I mean? It was just people having sex.
That's what I mean. That's what's so dumb, and it's just kind of like this is kind of what pisses me off about this kind of stuff. Like whenever I read about somebody like this that's into the same kind of shit that I'm into, like, you know, dark spooky shit. Because like, look, we got shit on a lot like back in the 70s and 80s and shit like that too for being into creepy shit. Nobody arrested us or nothing like that, but like, you know, you got beat up, you got spit on, you got shit with bottles thrown at you, shit like that. But it's like, back in her day, she was doing that and wasn't apologizing for it, and you could totally go to prison for that.
Yeah, they would ask her, the news people would ask her straight up, how'd you paint this? How are you been painting this? And went to a trance and contacted demons.
Sure.
And she was meant it.
And I was like, nice. She had some fucking brass balls.
Practicing witchcraft.
I will say that right now.
Yeah.
She was like not afraid of going to jail, or it seems. I mean, and I thought that was like pretty badass.
Yeah.
So I'm glad, like, whoever it was that recommended that we do a show about this, and it won like overwhelmingly. Yeah. So I don't know who voted, but thank you for recommending this, because we didn't know about her, because I hadn't really heard of her before, and it's just like the more I found out about her, I was like, man, this chick's badass. Very now I kind of wish she was still alive so I could like talk to her. Might have to like fucking channel her, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, CB said people would look down on her in public and want to go to bed with her in private. Yeah, well, that's always the way, I kind of feel like. That's always that whole kind of... People that get real upset about what adults are doing in their own homes. I kind of feel like they're just mad because they're not invited to participate.
Yeah.
I think that's what that is. I can't do it
Can't do
there.
it anymore.
That's what I'm telling you.
Weird.
I don't know why I used to be able to.
I think it's opening a window over here and I can't see it.
No, I don't think that's what it is. Oh, wait, no. Nope. See, nothing happened.
Weird.
Don't fuck with it. Don't.
No.
Okay.
I tried.
I used to be able to do that from here, but I can't do it from here anymore for whatever reason. I don't know if it was because it was an update.
Yeah. Murderhorn, I'm trying to make you a
It might have been
moderator.
some update like on OBS, and it doesn't let me do it anymore. I might have to go. No, don't do that. I might have to go do it like in YouTube like later on.
Yeah. Can't make you a...
Yeah, because I used to be able to do it from here, like from the chat window,
yeah.
like through OBS, but I don't know why I can't do it anymore. Like I said, it must be some, because I've updated it a couple times since
and
then.
I can't do it through YouTube because I don't have the authority. I'm just a user like you guys on this.
I mean, I tried to make you a... Yeah, I'll have to go in there. I thought I made you... Oh, okay.
See, I'm not signed into the 13 o'clock account.
You're signed into your own
I'm signed
account.
into my account.
Right. Which is, is fine. CB said sex magic is just good old fetish. Yeah, which it is. Yeah. I do kind of... Well, now, I do kind of feel like that some people do actually... And this is not crazy, like, to think this. That it's like doing certain sexual things might take you to... They're just looking for an altered state of consciousness. Like what you would do with drugs or usually meditation or whatever. Like something like that.
Usually they're on drugs and there's something kind of like BDSM. They're trying to get extreme sensory input into a person.
Right, yeah.
Try to get them to start basically having a near-death experience.
Yeah, you're just trying, like I said, you're trying to heighten all of your senses, so you're like kind of pushed out of your
She tells a story where she did it, she broke away, and the way she describes the astral world, or I don't call it the astral, maybe like astral perception, the way she describes it, because it's always tailored to you. It's always a little bit different. It depends on what it is you're looking for. I've only done it a few times, and it was spontaneously. And the way she described it was like, she's done it.
Yeah, the way I mean, obviously she wasn't on there talking about it, but they had like, she wrote, voluminously.
Right.
So they read a lot of her writings and letters and diaries and stuff like that. So they read a lot of that in the documentary.
She's not fake.
Yeah, and the way that she talked about it, Tom's like, man, that sounds like
that's
what happened like when I did it.
She just saw it in her own way.
Right.
She was having paranormal happenings, in terms of OBE or astral projection. Was she a witch? No, because her spells didn't work.
Well,
but she would admit that it wasn't work. She was kind of LARPing as a witch, kind of role playing and kind of cosplay a little bit, but that's what got her amped up. I would call her a psychic, a psychic sensitive. Or or possibly a medium, because she was channeling stuff. So there was paranormal. So you could call that person a witch, but not a witch in a classic sense.
No, but that I don't think. I mean, if you want to identify as a witch, and if you do witchy shit, like if you cast spells and you actually believe in that stuff, which she did actually, then that's fair. You can call yourself a witch.
In Star Wars terminology, I would call her a force sensitive.
Because look,
dark side affinity.
Yeah.
So not a Sith, because she didn't have telekinesis.
Well, and she wasn't a
and
bad person either.
And she didn't have necromancy. And
she didn't do evil shit.
She wasn't really doing evil shit. No, she was just exploring darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not in a way that it's like, hey, I'm going to kill that motherfucker.
No.
She didn't do anything like that.
She's channeling dark energies and their sexual forces.
More for her own edification.
Yeah.
And
To
for
learn.
Her own, right.
Yeah.
Like than anything else. She wanted to like learn about herself. She didn't seem
Right.
like she wasn't like putting curses on people or nothing like that. I think she did do that a little bit like for money. Like later on she would put hexes on people, but it's like she wasn't really into that. It seemed like it seemed like she was more into like self-exploration.
Her friends who survived or who told stories about her said, they would laugh. They would say, no, her spells didn't work.
Well, nobody's spells work. Spells don't work.
Spells don't work.
But you know what I mean. Well, see, that's what I mean. That's why I'm saying that it's totally fair to call her a witch because, look, you could say you're a Christian and you pray for shit and the prayers don't work either.
That's right.
So, but you're still a Christian and I'm not going to be like an asshole and like say you're not a Christian because your prayers didn't work. So it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
And she's not necessarily worshiping Satan.
Well, she's not. It's
him.
Pan.
It's Pan.
Her main thing was Pan.
Yeah.
She was real into Pan and Lilith. Yeah. And I kind of feel like the Satanism thing, that happened because of the media.
Yeah.
Because even in the 50s, they were doing the whole like early satanic panic shit.
Yeah.
Anything that looked like Pan, because oh my God, he's got horns and shit like that. Oh, it must be. And that goes back like a long time. Well, like the early Christians did that kind of shit.
The Christian concept of Satan actually I think was based on Pan.
Oh, big time.
Which is male carnality, ultra male.
Yeah, like a goat
hyper masculine male sexuality that's uncontrolled. That bitch, he's fucking too many chicks. He's drinking too much. He's fucking too much.
And the pagans did not have a problem with this. That was just the personification
it was the Christian thing.
of the male energy.
Yeah.
So it's like when Christianity came along. You know, they didn't really like a lot of these personifications or all these gods from like older religions and stuff, so they demonized them essentially.
Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are basically in a way anti-sex.
Yeah, big time.
There has to be controls on sex.
Yeah.
So they didn't like Roman gods or demigods or like Pan.
Very silly.
Or Bacchus, drinking too much, shit like that. Anything that was about enjoying yourself,
Yeah, we can't have that.
And running the wheels off of somebody, you know what I mean, and having.
You can't ever like enjoy yourself or have a happy life or anything. No, you have to suffer.
Although some people say that was St. Thomas Aquinas that interpreted that way, and that Christianity.
He did have a large influence, I will admit, and that dude was no fucking fun.
And if you actually study Aquinas. He was a queen. I think he was a queen.
I think so too, honestly.
He was an old queen who had turned his back on sex. So he was...
And he thought everyone else should,
and
too.
everybody else should. That's what it is.
I also got that vibe.
Yeah.
From his writings.
Yeah. And don't get pissed
So you're not the only one.
Yeah, and if you're a Christian, don't get pissed on me. I'm also have a Christian background, raised a Christian over time. I'm a Christian mythicist now. I believe it's all mythology. I like it. I don't necessarily mean it's all literally true. It's just it's mythology, and it's a Roman mythology.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
and don't for one second think that some of the big players in the early church weren't gay. Just ask Michelangelo. You could tell by the art that the church was buying in Michelangelo's time. Those dudes were gay. Look at Adam in Chains. Great sculpture. That's homoerotic art.
I'm pretty sure that everybody nowadays
that is homoerotic.
Almost 95% sure.
And the priests ate that shit up in the Catholic Church.
Of course they did.
Yeah, and Christianity, some of the early church fathers and the way they're writing. What kind of man doesn't want to have sex with women? What kind of man wants to live around other men all the time? What kind of man wants to fight his internal urges and be a non-sexual being? Kind of like a self-hating gay dude, actually. Is the only dudes that would do that, I think.
I mean, unless they were forced into it somehow, it's like I kind of feel like that's maybe the only person that would choose to do that.
And it's not that there's anything wrong with this, but I'm just saying, regular Christians need to understand the Christian heritage and where it's all coming from. Everybody was involved in it.
Sure.
And back in the day, if you were a gay man in those old societies and you wanted respect and power, you were going to go into the church. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you didn't really have much choice.
Yeah, because no one would bother you.
Yeah.
And you weren't going to be required to get married.
Yeah.
All right.
No one would ask any questions.
No one's going to ask any questions. And that's where all the educated dudes were. And that's where the money was. And that's where all the art was. Because the early church controlled all that shit. That's where all the style was.
Shit, if I was a dude, I'd be like all about that.
Yeah. Now they had straight dudes in there too. Okay. And they were fucking nuns.
Of course they were.
And the nuns were watching orphanages. And those orphanages were filled with the nuns' children a lot of the time. So just ask the Marquis de Sade. He told you all about it back in the 1700s. Because his brother became a priest and it shattered his view.
That's what I mean. And it's like, and we're not, and people get so like offended when you point that kind of stuff out, but it's just kind of like, it's true.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean like that.
Doesn't mean Christianity's bad or anything like that. It's just that the system that was made around it was kind of hypocritical.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. And it's just like, I don't think that should be a ding on anyone's faith. If that's what their faith is, then you should understand where your shit came from. That's all. Like, look, I'm a fucking atheist myself, so I don't really have a dog in that fight. But, I would not get offended by anybody pointing out stuff about my belief system. But, that's neither here nor there. So, apparently. So now what she came up with, she was really influenced by Aleister Crowley, obviously, because of the sex magic thing and everything like that. But she kind of came up with her own stuff. Kind of a variation, I guess, of what you would now call Wicca. And as far as I could determine, the kind of tradition that she came up with is now called the goat fold, but I don't know if that's the case or not. But like I said, it's very pan focused. She was also really into Lilith as well, because she was very into like the play between male and female energy, but pan was her main thing. So so they kind of call it the goat fold. I'm not really sure. As we mentioned before, thank you very much, this is my second one. As we mentioned before, again, very ahead of her time. She was, most of her main relationships in life were with men, but I don't know if she ever came out and said she was bisexual, but she had sexual relationships with women also. They did a lot of sex magic rituals, and she seemed to have no problem with having sex with men or women. And I believe that the men in her life were the same. So, again, like a lot of fun shit going on back then, but society just could not handle it.
It wasn't for everybody.
And like I said, look, nobody should be made to do anything they don't want to do, obviously. But it's just kind of like, I like that nowadays, if you heard about this nowadays, everyone would be like, all right, good for her. You know what I mean? It's like no one would bat an eyelash. But back in the 40s and 50s, your ass is getting arrested. Yeah. Which is crazy.
And the thing is, there's a certain amount of romance to that. I mean, I
get that too.
Because what she was doing was you weren't supposed to do it. Nowadays, you can do it. It's kind of like I was watching an interview with a Japanese guy. And it's modern. He's young. He's probably in his 30s. And he's a tattoo artist. And he's tatted up from his wrists all the way up to his neck. All right? Of all these Japanese tattoos. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, life here is pretty hard when you're tattooed up in Japan like me, because a lot of people restrict you. You know what I mean? You can't go to gyms. You can't go to certain baths and stuff. And they said, well, yeah. And the interviewer's like, well, don't you think this needs to change? He goes, no.
It's much more fun.
I want it to be exactly the way it is now.
Which I get that.
He said, I'm not here to change any of this. And he goes, I have chosen to be not accepted. Right. You know what I mean? That's the source of my power. Yeah. Basically what he's saying. And I'm like, yeah. Because that situation that you're in is making you far more special. Yeah. You have power
now.
Like
I said, I get like both ways. Okay. Yeah. Because some people are born a certain way. Like they don't have any choice. Yeah. Some people are born transgender, or some people are born like whatever. So some people are born a certain way and they don't have a choice, and society's going to shit on them, depending on whenever they're born. So it's just kind of like you want things to change for them so they can just have like a normal fucking life. You know what I mean? But I get how people who choose to be outsiders, you know, goths, people are super tattooed or something like that, which wasn't acceptable until fairly recently.
It's like my friend Toby, who's a leather daddy.
Yeah.
He does not like mainstream gay culture. He liked it better when it was underground.
Illicit.
And it was fucking like frowned upon.
Right.
Because
I get that.
He's a subculture guy.
Yeah.
He wanted to be in the shadows. That's where his power was coming from.
Yeah. And I get that. I totally get that too.
And he's like, gays getting married? Why the fuck would you want to be like your parents? You know what I mean? It's just like...
Yeah. You know, and he's older than we are, by the way.
And he goes, I'm gay, so I don't have to do that. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
You know, why would you want to be like fucking normies? You know, that's
and like I said,
being goth, you're like, why would you want to be like a
we're all from that same subculture,
right,
so we get it.
Right, yeah.
The thing about goths though is that we could look normal if we wanted to. Well, I don't know if I could or not, but let's get on.
Well, our tastes make us stand out a little
That's
bit.
what I mean. Like if I really had to, I could look normal, I think. Yeah. I'm not sure how to do that. I'd probably have to watch a YouTube video about it because I'm not really sure what normal is. But you know, if we had to, we could. But there are some people who can't. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it's like, so you do want stuff to become more tolerant, more acceptable, like for people that don't have a choice. Like we have a choice. We could look normal if we wanted to. We just don't want to. So I kind of understand how that, because I kind of feel like that too. It's like you don't really, and we've talked about this before, like when everybody started like, ooh, let's, you know, there was like fucking, you know, fashion shows about we're doing goth this season. I'm like, can we not, you know, can we just not do that? You know what I mean? And now everybody's just going to do it as like a little costume or like a little thing. And it's like, we didn't really love that, but you know what I mean? You can't stop people from doing what they want, but I'm just saying. So I get it. I get both sides of that. But like I said, this chick here, Rosaleen Norton, she seems... I mean, sure, she had a choice. She could have been a normal person, but she seems like even from a young age, she didn't really want to be a normal person, and I can't really blame her, because I don't really want to be a normal person either, because that sounds like super fucking boring.
Let's go ahead and tell her story.
Yeah. So, but I admired that she stuck to her fucking guns the whole fucking time. Yeah. Whole fucking time.
May she rot in hell.
I mean, that's probably where it's more fun anyway. Yeah. That's why we say that.
That's what he said, yeah. She rot in hell.
She's probably down there fucking partying. Yeah. I don't believe in hell, though.
The bastard's running through her, running the wheels off.
And
that
she's
poor
just
girl.
like, all right, I'm into it. Harder, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as I said, even though she's considered an Australian artist and occultist, she was actually born in New Zealand, in Dunedin. Now, a lot of her biographers, and I think that she has said this on multiple occasions, she was born during a violent thunderstorm, which they always say, so it was like a portent of her birth or whatever, like at 4:30 in the morning. Now, her family was English, as I said, I don't know if I'd say wealthy, but upper middle class, for sure. Her family had emigrated to New Zealand from England several years prior to her birth. Now, she had two sisters who are far, far older than her. Their names were Cecily and Phyllis. And she claimed later on that from her birth, she had been a witch. She said that she was born with pointed ears. I don't know if this is true or not. But
her ears look weird, yeah.
She'd have to go. I mean, she's weird looking.
Yeah, weird.
She looked like a Vulcan, like she said.
She looked like a Vulcan, yeah.
She also said she had a strand of flesh that hung on her body. Not sure where. I'm not sure if she's talking about a caul. You know, that little thing of skin that's over their face that supposedly meant that you had second sight or whatever? Yeah. Like that's old wives' tale. I don't know.
She probably made that up.
Maybe. I don't know. She also said she had weird blue markings like on her legs and stuff. Although I think on the documentary they said those didn't appear until when she was a kid. Like she wasn't born with those. She got those later on. So... yeah, from her thing, she was like, yeah, I was born like that, which, you know, maybe she was. I don't know. Like I said, I think I was born a weirdo because as soon as I could remember, I was just like, let's watch witches and ghosts and creepy shit.
This chick also, she's about show business, all right? She's actually doing shit, but she's also telling stories, okay?
Well, she seemed to have a very intuitive grasp of...
the media and how to
manipulate of showbiz, like you said.
Show business, yeah.
Sure. Which, like I said, kind of ahead of her time.
Yeah.
She knew how to play the media to her advantage. I'm not sure advantage is the right term because, like I said, she
lost and it fucked her up. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, I kind of admire her more because of that, because she stuck to her guns even though it wasn't making her any money, obviously. But she was happy the way she was, evidently. So when she was a kid, about 7, 8 years old, this was 1925. She was born in 1917, in case I did not mention that. They all emigrated to Sydney, Australia. And they settled in this neighborhood, which was kind of a wealthy upper middle class neighborhood. Because her dad was like a sea merchant, mariner type dude. And he made like quite a lot of money, I guess. So he could like afford to put them in. And we saw some, in the documentary, they have some footage of that neighborhood at around this time period. It did look like a nice neighborhood for the time. Now, even as a kid, Rosaleen was not real into, and I kind of understand this because I was kind of like this as a kid also. She did not like authority. Her and her mom, whose name was Bina, did not get along at all. And I don't think that relationship was ever mended. The dad, like I said, was a sea merchant, so he was away a lot. So it was basically her and her mom, and then later her and her older sisters. So they're at the house, and she described her childhood. I love this fucking quote. Her childhood was a generally wearisome period of senseless shibboleths, prying adults, detestable or depressing children whom I was supposed to like, and parental reproaches. Mm-hmm. I'm just like, see, okay. This sounds like a chick I could hang out with.
She's bitching about her childhood.
Yeah, she didn't like it. Which, you know, I get that. Like, I didn't really like kids my age either when I was her age. So what she did to solve this problem was she did not live in the house. She put up a tent in the backyard of her house and lived in that tent for 3 years.
Yeah, she lived in a tent in the backyard.
In the backyard.
Yeah.
And in the tent, she had all her little animals, like little turtles and little frogs, and she had a goat. She also had a spider, whose name was Horatius, and he was like an orb spider. Was it an orb spider or like a... Yeah, he kind of guarded he built a web and like guarded the fucking...
She lived out in the backyard. Tent. She liked to be out there in the dark when it rained, and she's camping. Camped in the backyard for 3 years.
She didn't want to live in the house. Because like I said, her and her mom did not get along. And her dad was always gone. So she's just like, fuck it, I'm moving out here to the yard. Because I don't want to be with you people. So, like I said, she seemed like very Wednesday Addams to me. Like as a child.
It's alright.
Yeah, which like I said...
She went in the house at 8.
I get it.
She was just sleeping out there in a tent.
Yeah. She's like, I have to come in and like eat with you people, and then it's just like, bye. I'm just gonna go out here and read or something like that. Like, I get it. I feel you. So, her parents enrolled her in the Church of England girls' school. Not surprisingly, she was expelled from this school because she insisted on drawing all the time, and what she drew was usually like demons and vampires and shit. And this is back in the 1920s, 1930s. And obviously this is not going to fly with the teachers back then. They thought she was some kind of devil herself or whatever. And that she was corrupting the other students. So they kicked her out. She got kicked out of that school. Now, she did actually end up going to a technical college, like an art school. And her teacher at that school was actually a fairly well-known sculptor whose name was Rainer Hoff. Now, he was also a pagan, and she was a little bit older. She's probably like a teenager at this time, and she had already started expressing interest in occult subjects and that type of stuff, the darker side of life, if you want to call it that. And he was into that too. Actually, on the documentary, they showed like some of his sculptures, which were actually like pretty cool. So I don't want to say he necessarily mentored her, but he got it. You know what I mean? So he didn't like say, oh, you shouldn't draw that or shouldn't do that or anything like that. He was just like, yeah, you do you, girl. So you know what I mean? And so that was like a good thing where he like encouraged her in like doing what she wanted to do. So after she gets out of art school, she decides she wants to be a writer. Now, she actually wrote a bunch of horror stories in the 30s, like the early 30s. And some of them were published in a newspaper called Smith's Weekly, where she kind of worked off and on. And they liked the stories, so they gave her a job as like a little bit of a journalist, I guess, but also kind of like doing some illustration because she could draw as well, obviously. But again, her drawings got her into trouble because of the stuff she was drawing, so she got fired. And she's still like a teenager, like an older teenager at this stage. So her mom dies, and she moves out of the house. And at this point, she's like just trying to do what people nowadays are trying to do, just trying to do gig shit. She like she gets some money being like an artist model. There was an artist going around like who was kind of well known, whose name was Norman Lindsay, and she modeled for him. She did nude modeling, stuff like that for classes and whatever. So she made some money doing that. But she also did like some other gigs. She was a waitress, like she worked in fucking she did like toy design. She worked in a hospital, like shit like that. She was just like picking up gigs wherever she could get them, like to get some money. So she gets a room, like an apartment at this inn or whatever called the Ship and Mermaid. And it's around this time, I kind of feel like she was into creepy shit before this, but at this point she starts getting real into occult shit. Like she starts reading the Kabbalah and like all of this kind of stuff about demonology and all that kind of stuff. So she started reading like voraciously about this topic because she got like really into it. So in 1935, she meets a guy named Beresford Conroy, which is quite a name, I have to say. Beresford. Wow.
What is that?
I have never met anybody named that. That's kind of a cool name, actually. People got to take you fucking seriously if your name is Beresford, right?
That's overdone, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it a little much?
It's too try hard.
It's too try hard?
Yeah, try hard.
Well, I mean, your parents
are like, we're going to name him something important. He's going to be important as fuck.
Everyone has to take him seriously because he's named Beresford. Yeah. This guy was named Beresford.
Should have named him motherfucker Abercrombie.
No, because now everybody would think it was Abercrombie.
Yeah.
We have not had any like comments for a long time, so I'm kind of worried that we're not. We're still on, right?
Let me see.
Maybe nobody's talking, but that doesn't usually happen. So I'm kind of hoping we didn't get. And it says we're still connected.
I just put a comment there. Okay, you know what it is?
What?
Yeah, your shit is fucking fucked up. Okay, there it is.
There it is. Yeah, I just got behind. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, for holy crap. Okay, so behind. For whatever reason, my chat did not update, so I'm like way behind.
Yeah.
Way behind. Let's see. Let me see if I missed anything.
No, we can see you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Like, cause I'm like, man, that comment was like so long ago.
For some reason, her shit got frozen.
Yeah, like I'm way behind. John Gora said, what if you're casting spells in a LARPy way? You don't follow up on the results? How would you know? That's what I mean. So it's just kind of like I said, I'm not shitting on anybody doing anything. It's just kind of like nobody's spells work. Nobody's prayers work. That's just how the universe works. But I'm not going to like shit on people because of that. Zach says, was Easter not originally some pagan fuckfest fertility celebration?
They all were.
Yes, it was.
All the holidays were.
I mean, pretty much.
Yeah.
The thing about it is that fertility is very important. So a lot of early pre-Christian festivals were based around that.
Easter.
We got to have babies.
Rabbits. Eggs.
Eggs.
Rabbits, they fucking like crazy. Eggs.
Fertility, that's what that's all. It didn't have
Yeah.
anything to do with Jesus. It didn't have anything to do with Jesus. That was a later extrapolation.
Yeah.
That was a later extrapolation. It's all about fertility. That's what that's about. So, like I said, Easter, it's hilarious to me, like how sometimes Christians will be like, oh, Easter, it's all about Jesus. It's really not. The whole reason that Easter is on a different date every year is because of the phase of the moon.
Yeah.
It's based after, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's like after whatever, however long after the full moon or whatever. It's a moon phase thing is when they determine when Easter is, which is like the paganist thing imaginable.
Yeah, pagan stuff.
So,
witchcraft was your original religion, bitches.
Pretty much.
Christianity got laid over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's kind of funny to me. Like I said, and I'm not shitting on Christianity. I'm just saying that it's like, you guys should know that.
Yeah.
Please.
Mexico knows all about it because their version of Catholicism in Mexico is Aztec religion. It's Aztec stuff.
Yeah.
And they just all had Christianity laid over it. And the church did that on purpose because they had Christian monks there that were reading all this, learning everything about the Aztec religion and the Mayan religions, and they would call back on the phone. Back in the 1500s, they're calling back on the phone to the Vatican going, hey, you know what? Everything these Indians have is basically what we have. They're just telling the story a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Every goddess and god they have, there's a Christian equivalent to that in saints and in the stories that we have. So our shit here is going to work fine in Mexico.
Well, I mean, given the same set of circumstances, humans are very similar.
Yeah.
They will come up with a similar story to explain it. That's why. It's just, that's all it is. Mm-hmm. Which, like I said, there's nothing wrong with that.
And we're just like the Mexicans.
Yeah, there's no.
We had
no
pagan
different.
Religions, and Christianity got adapted to it. It laid over it because they couldn't erase it. People didn't want to give up their holy days.
Yeah, why would they?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want like some fucking strangers you don't even know showing up being like, okay, we're gonna do this now. I'm like, no.
Right. So they're gonna say, okay, you can have Easter with the bunny rabbits and the eggs. Just remember that's the day that Jesus got born on.
Oh yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
Not born, crucified.
Yeah.
He's crucified on that day. Okay, yeah, okay. Is Jesus?
Wait, was he crucified or resurrected?
Crucified. Born on Christmas, right?
Which, yeah, that's bullshit too.
Crucified on Easter.
That's also
Christmas
bullshit.
was another one that had nothing to do with Christianity.
No, obviously not.
Yeah, the church just wanted you to remember, you motherfuckers, you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay? You got to put it on top of
That's why every time I see a bumper sticker that says Jesus is the reason for the season, I'm like, no, it's not. Should I tell that person? No. They'll probably just
And the
punch
Norse
me.
were exactly the same way.
But no.
They remembered really all their Odinist holy days and all their Odinist stuff, all their Viking stuff or whatever. They remembered it. But then they overlaid Christianity on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you might have
well, they call it syncretism, right?
Syncretism, yeah.
Yeah.
You might see a damn headstone that has Thor's hammer and all kinds of Viking stuff on one side. But on the back side of it, it's got Christian stuff. A cross instead of the hammer. Actually, it's the other way around. You'd see Christian crosses,
covering
and
all the bases.
all kinds of Christian stuff on the front, and on the back was all the fucking Odinist stuff, just in case.
Like I said, covering all the bases.
They're covering all the bases.
In case these motherfuckers are right. I mean, I don't think they are, but we'll put that on there just in case.
Yeah, right.
And just so my fucking shit doesn't get kicked over.
Humans haven't changed.
No, not at all.
Okay. The psychology is constant. They adapt to things, and syncretism, and just like what Jen said.
Yeah, you just kind of
and they just kind of go with the flow, and they believe more than one thing at the same time, and you're an animal, and that's what we do, and you should enjoy it. That's what she's talking about with all this fucking dark occult stuff.
Well, look at my Spock brain.
Yeah.
I get it, but I don't get it in another way.
Humans are kind of a herd animal,
but I get it.
And we like to believe in things, and we like.
Yeah, I know.
And we're naturally religious. It's a part of it. Well, if it's not a religion, then it's a philosophy, and if it's not a philosophy, it's a political ideology, and it's all actually ends up being the same thing. It's kind of like savior thinking, the thinking that you have to save you and the planet and all this shit. Even all that ecology, green stuff. It's religion, basically. And you can throw science into it, but whenever you give science to a religious person, it always confirms their religion.
Yeah, funny how that works.
Oh, yeah. So, And modern people today are like, oh, well, them Christians, they were anti-science. No, science in the West was invented by Christians. The scientific method was invented by Christians. Christians who were breeding flowers.
They wanted to back up their
and they did it to prove God's work
beliefs.
and understand the hand of
and
God
accidentally,
right?
kind of proved something that.
But then you just make new gods. Man makes new gods.
Like I said.
Yeah, and new priests.
I don't.
And
do that.
science, and fucking great scientific minds become the new saints and the new. It's just that humans are natural believers in things.
Not all of them.
Love to believe in things.
I'm not.
You believe in things.
Eh.
You believe in things.
Not to the detriment of look, I don't really get, because here's the thing, like religious people will be like, this person said that, so I believe that. I'd never ever do that.
I don't trust anything. I'm from a low trust society.
I'm like, anybody. I want to see the data. Yeah. I want to see some fucking data on that shit.
And you may
and I want to see a lot of data on that.
You may not be able to trust
no, but that's what I mean. But
data from more than one
I want to
source.
see the data. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to see the data, and I want to know where that data came from.
Yeah.
And I just and then maybe, provisionally, I'll be like, okay, you might be right about that. Maybe, until like some other shit comes along. I'm okay with everything being in kind of limbo. Like, I don't have to have certainty. I don't really have to. I don't really care about that.
CB said that religion was the biggest killer in the world. I'm going to say, no, you're wrong.
Well,
politics is the biggest killer of the world.
It's kind of the same thing.
The biggest killer of all time was Russian communism and Chinese communism. They killed more than even Nazism of their own people. And I saw a bar graph. It was 70 million, I think, total. And mostly through starvation and ineptitude, because they were just so stupid, They didn't know how to grow crops or anything.
Oscar says Jenny has converted Tom to atheism.
No, not true.
No, that's not the case.
No.
Like, look, I'm the atheist that's ever atheisted. Right. I don't believe any of that kind of crap exists. Nothing.
Yeah.
And I really don't. I don't.
No, the only thing lately that we could say, you can't convert somebody because atheism is not a religion.
It's absolutely
atheism
not.
Atheism just means that you do not believe in a religion. I don't believe in organized
And I hate that like some religious people say, "Oh, atheism is religion." It's absolutely not. It's absolutely not.
No,
absolutely not.
I'm a mythicist. A mythicist is somebody that believes that religions are mythology. Doesn't mean that they're wrong or that they're bad. It means that they're a system of teaching knowledge to people through stories.
That's how I see it.
That's all it is.
It's just stories.
It's stories. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. I love stories. I write stories.
And it doesn't mean the stories are wrong. It doesn't mean the stories are bad. So there's a lot of good Christian stories.
Sure.
A lot of good Jewish stories.
Yeah. And I love all that shit.
Yeah. And they're not wrong. The stories are not wrong. Maybe it didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen literally.
It doesn't have to happen. They're trying to teach you something through the story.
That's all it is. I'm not shitting on it. I'm just saying that it didn't happen in real life.
No,
that's all.
No, it's in the universe of Christianity, just like the Star Wars universe, the Star Trek universe.
Yeah, I just see it like that. And the same way that you can watch a movie.
Yeah.
And it makes you think about something or makes you question something or say it's the same thing. That's our modern mythology.
The newest thing in my ideology is the understanding that there was no historical Jesus.
Which I did introduce you to that idea.
Yeah, but then I started checking on it, and over time I was like, yeah, that's
because
right.
I read a couple books about that before I met you.
There could not have... Jesus was not a real person.
No.
It couldn't have happened. Because they're telling you stories based upon 4 different people. Because it's 4 different stories. That religion was not based upon some street preacher in Judea. Because there were lots of those.
Yeah, it wasn't based on like one guy. That's all I'm saying. There was no one guy.
No. Jesus walked on water. He could multiply fish, make bread out of nothing. He had all these special abilities that he could do. He rose from the dead. You have to do all that stuff in order to be Jesus. If it was just some random dude and then they attribute all this crazy shit to him, then the dude you believe in, it's not that dude.
Right.
That's basically what I'm saying.
Well, and all of that stuff was just taken from older...
It's from older stuff.
mythologies,
right.
like Mithras or Hercules,
Dionysus.
Heracles, Dionysus.
Yeah.
Like, all of the stuff that
Everything is a
was
reboot.
attributed to Jesus
Was
is
attributed
older.
to other gods.
Right.
Other demigods and other gods.
Which, like I said, that
So
doesn't... I'm just saying that he
yeah.
wasn't a real
No.
person.
No.
That's all.
And if there was a real Jesus, it's not the one they're talking about in the Bible.
No.
Because what they're talking about in the Old Testament
That's a
and the New
specific...
Testament is a specific character.
character.
Yeah.
I do not think that specific character existed in real life.
If there was a historical Jesus,
It was just a...
he just would have been some dude.
It was just a compilation.
Yeah. And he
Just
did
shit they
that was
pulled
the same
from
as
other
people
stuff.
did.
Yeah, right. From other myths, from
Right.
other people that ran at that period. I don't think it was like one person. No.
Right. So I came to the conclusion that Jesus is a Roman demigod,
But like I said, it's so interesting. All of that
like
stuff is like
Perseus.
so interesting.
like Perseus and fucking Heracles, who's Greek, but yeah.
Kason Lee says, I'm an atheist too, but Jenny, by holding on to atheism, don't you think we're still holding on to God by rejecting God?
No.
No, I don't think that's the case. Honestly, like the only reason that I have to tell people that, because like, look, I wasn't raised super religious. It wasn't really anything that I thought a great deal about. When I was growing up, and then like when I was 11 or 12 years old, and I had read a lot of Greek mythology and stuff like that, and I was like, oh, well, Christianity is just like this, and it's just like, it wasn't a big deal to me. But you soon learn that growing up in certain areas in the United States, people are going to give you shit for it.
Yeah.
Even when I was in college, I was in a class, I think it was an English class, or maybe humanities, I can't remember, but somebody literally said, I can't imagine, like, anybody that doesn't believe in God, there's something wrong with that person. And I'm just, like, sitting back there going,
Yeah.
hey, hi. So it's just kind of like, and some people still do genuinely believe that if you don't believe in a higher power, you can't be a good person, which
No.
kind of blows my mind a little bit. Because, look, if you have to have the threat of punishment or... or somebody like a higher power, like saying, okay, you're cool and everything, to be a good person, you are not a good person.
Yeah, Sky Cop.
You're not a good person.
The
If you need that, you're not a good person. I don't understand that at all.
And you see, I'm not a typical atheist. The atheist is just somebody that doesn't have a religion. I don't have a formalized religion, but I have my own personal religion. It's a code that I live by based upon the shit that I've seen and done. And I know there's an afterlife. It's just not life as you know it, because I've had near-death experiences.
It's not like you're picturing.
It's not like you picture, all right? I also have seen things that other people would call paranormal. So there's a mystical side to things. And it's what this chick is talking about. She's
Yeah.
seen a different aspect of it.
Yeah.
There is a mystical side to things. When you die, it's not the end. The thing is, though, is that in the Judeo-Christian concept is that just because there's a world and an afterlife, there has to be something that created it. And I didn't get that sense having NDAs.
Nah.
I had the sense that reality as we know it and all those other dimensions that are out there are a cosmic singularity. They didn't have to be created because they were always there. They're outside the space-time continuum. And the space-time continuum is in it. It's a bunch of weird shit. So it didn't have to be created because it was always there. It's outside space and time. Now there are beings and consciousness, life forces. She's calling them spirits and demons. Yeah, you could probably call them that. Yeah. Take some fucking DMT. You'll see, you'll see what I'm talking about.
I mean, we're not advocating that.
Right.
We're just saying.
Reality has a certain quantum consciousness to it, and you're part of it. All right. There's no way to describe it. Go to the restroom.
Yeah, I do too, but I'll wait for you. Ben says there are some idiots here who set up an atheist church for people who claim to be atheists but want to do religious rituals.
Yeah.
Sea of Faith, I think they're called. See, I don't understand that. I have never in my entire life, and I can say this with absolute certainty, I have never in my entire life felt any need to join any kind of spiritual group or be involved in any kind of churchy. That has never occurred to me in my entire life. Like, if it has, I'm not shitting on you or nothing like that, but it's just like, I'm saying that it has never occurred to me ever. So I don't understand people who say that they're atheists, but still, well, we still want to do churchy shit. Why? I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, I thought the whole point was that, well, I don't know if that's not the whole point, but I'm just saying that it's like, I never felt the need to do that. I never felt the need to like join a churchy situation. I never felt the need to be a joiner in any kind of. That's why I kind of make jokes about to Tom, like whenever we do shows about cults and stuff. I'm just like, I don't think that there's anything that anybody can tell me that would get me to join a cult. Like, he might, but I don't think I ever would. Because the second somebody's like, hey, come down here and join, I'm just like, nope, no thank you. No, thank you. I would rather not. So it's just kind of like, I don't have that need at all. And I know a lot of people do, but I don't. And I don't know if that means there's something wrong with me. I'm not really sure, but I've never felt that need in my entire life ever. So I don't get it. That's all I'm saying.
Go to the restroom.
Yeah.
Good.
Read some of the stuff.
Kind of. Let's see what's going on now. Before I read anything, I just wanted to say that human beings have a religious instinct into them. You have the instinct in you to make you want to know what truth is, and to know what your own truth is and your own purpose in life. And that's normal. It should be that way. And you can find peace, and you can find the answers to these things if you explore. If you explore the self, and you become what you're supposed to be. You do it through personal development, through the trials and tribulation of life. Now, everyone's going to end up different, because not everyone is starting at the same point in their life, and not everyone has the same attributes. Some people aren't as smart as other people. Some people aren't as strong as other people. You have your own attributes. So your take on your existence is going to be different. Everybody's take on their own existence is different. And that's really what religion was supposed to do. It was supposed to explain why you're here and why you are the way you are. But religion can be abusive. Some people can make religions for their own power, like in cults.
Yeah, what kind of...
Yeah, and also institutions can do it. Like certain forms of Christianity or Islam are created by institutions that want power. So instead of having you explore yourself and try to figure out what life is to you and who you are, they're going to tell you who you are. And get you to obey certain things. So you'll feel good about yourself. And for a lot of people who are normie, real basic, that's really what they need. They need to be told what to do, because there isn't a lot to those people. But that's not everybody. In other words, some people are followers, and some people are priests, and some people are popes. And then some people are
just not involved in any of that bullshit.
Some people aren't invited up, and some
like
other people are just messiahs. They're going to fucking come up with a new religion,
I don't even want to do any of that.
Right.
I just want to do my own shit. I don't want anybody telling me what to do. Right. I don't want, to have to do what other people tell me. Mm-hmm. I just want to do my own shit and be left alone.
Humans are kind of I have a background as an animal trainer and a trainer of humans, fucking soldiers and cops. Humans are animals. I haven't seen any difference between training humans and animals. The difference when you're training a human, you can use words.
Yeah.
You can't do that with animals. With animals, it's body language.
They kind of understand some words too.
Not when you don't know. You're trying to train an animal that don't know everything's body language and fucking actions and reward and saying no and punishment. The animals figured out too. But humans are basically, not all humans. Humans are herd animals. They like to go along with the fucking crowd. They like, in some humans, some human groups, being the same is good. Being different is bad. A good example would be Japan. In Japan, best thing to do is be just like everybody else. If you're not like other people, you're going to be fucking punished. That's why I couldn't live in the East, you know.
I would probably have a hard time.
No, very conformist.
I don't like that.
And that's the type of people that are over there.
I don't like that.
The West is a mixture of a bunch of different people from all over. The game is a little different here. You're going to figure out shit on your own. It doesn't matter if you follow a pack or not. The pack is probably wrong, and there's more than one pack. There's a bunch of different shit happening here. You might want to figure out shit on your own.
And honestly, I figured that out when I was really, really young. And I was just kind of like, look, everyone's going to do their own thing. If it's not fucking with me, I'm not going to fuck with it.
Yeah.
You do what you want to do, and I'm going to be over here doing what I want to do, and we're just not going to fuck with each other. How about that?
I was kind of the background, you know, because I came up out of a military academy and fucking was also kind of like a spiritually goth, and I was kind of a spiritual rebel, and I was kind of a weird mixture. Because I also went into the military and I loved that. I loved regimentation and control and hierarchy.
Yeah, see, I don't
and
like
I loved
that.
military discipline, but I can also enjoy all this other stuff. So there's a lot of dualism in me.
But that's what I kind of always found interesting about you. Because I'm just kind of like, look, any kind of regimentation or any kind of like, hey, we're going to tell you what to do, or we're going to tell you, I'm just like, nope. No. I don't like any of that. I'm doing my own shit. I'm doing my own shit over here.
Regimentation is like ritual. And there's
I know that.
Of zen you get out of doing the same things in the ritual. But I think the fact that because I am so regimented myself, I have a personality that's I have a very disciplined personality. Like, if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. I'm going to do that. You know what I mean? I kind of resent outside forces telling me, well, you have to do this at this time and you have to do this at this time. I will do it. Yeah. Like, in my time, and I will get it done. So it's just like, I don't like, that's why I always had a hard time working at jobs and doing stuff like that, because like, I don't like, look, I'll do it. Quit bothering me. You know what I mean? I came up in a cult background, basically. Okay. Military academies and fucking warrior cults inside the Army. Army Airborne Divisions. Fucking Ranger type units and shit. Fucking recon platoons. I would have made a great priest.
You probably would have.
A great priest, all right?
I always kind of pictured you as like giving like one of those like evangelists like on TV.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have been good at that.
I think you would have been
a good Southern Baptist fucking televangelist.
Oh, you've been like super good at that. You'd have raised all kind of money.
Yeah, okay. Could have done all that. But let's get back to this story.
Well, you know, we're kind of tangentially on this.
This is about the religious instinct in people.
Yeah.
It's in all people. Including this chick here. This is a religious instinct that's coming through her.
She had a religion. It just wasn't what everyone else's religion was, so everybody shit on her.
Right. Yeah.
Like I said, like, I don't have that, so... And like I said, maybe there's something the matter with me. I'm not entirely sure. But I never really had that instinct. I don't have that. So not everybody has that. But most people do. I think yours
just manifested in writing and the work that you do.
Yeah, but it doesn't manifest itself in the same way that a religion does. I don't, like, believe in horror stories or...
Yeah, but you work pretty like clockwork. You get up at the same time.
Yeah, I'm disciplined.
Well, that's part of religion.
That doesn't have anything to do with
discipline.
Religion.
No,
religion has to do with a power higher than yourself. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, but your art may be that.
I don't think of it that way, though.
Okay. Well,
I don't think of it that way.
You do have discipline, and it's kind of like religious regimentation.
Sure.
You know.
But that's just because, man, I got to get some shit done. I'm gonna die soon.
Right.
Like, I gotta get some shit. That's as simple as it is. Okay. There's no kind of higher power involved or nothing like that. I'm just like, I have to get all this shit out because how much longer am I gonna live? I could die tomorrow. I could get hit by a bus, and it's just kind of like I got to get this story out. I got to get this fucking video out. I got to get this. That's all it is. That's all it is.
My higher power is basically Nietzsche's will. It's what he called will. In Star Wars terms, that would be the Force and its dark side. That's what more drives me. That's the reality that I see.
Yeah. Which, like I said, I find you a very interesting person, Tom.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know if you find me an interesting person.
Yeah.
But
Come on, I married you.
But I find you an interesting person because it's not a bunch of contradictions. It's just kind of like, I don't know, like I'm coming at it from a completely different mindset than you have, but it's like you are fascinating to me.
I have a spiritual
You are a fascinating person.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Which, like I said, I don't know if I have that. Do I?
I think you do.
I don't feel like I do. But that's okay. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. I've never had that. I get that other people have... You can't make
poltergeist phenomena either.
And that bums me out. Because I'm just kind of like, man, if I could just not be so Spock-like for 5 seconds. But I don't know if I can't. But I'm like, that's just what I'm like. I can't...
You have to have faith.
And see, I don't have that. So it's just like, so I don't know if I could do it or not. I've tried. I have tried. Yeah. We should try, like, I kind of thought we should try to, like, do some shit, like, do out-of-body shit or, like, try to show up in each other's dreams or some shit like that.
The easiest is to do out-of-body stuff.
Yeah. Like, I thought we should probably do that. I don't know if I'd be good at it. I'd have to probably, like, take some LSD or something that would, like, get you... Yeah, like, get me out of my headspace.
Yeah.
Because I'm very, very logical, and I'm very, very... Like I said, I'm very Spock-like, so it's, like, hard for me to...
Because when she was saying, I know what she's talking about.
And I'm kind of, like, jealous about it in a way. Not that I don't believe any of that stuff's real.
You have to let go.
Necessarily, but yeah.
If you let go, your conscious self.
Right. So, like, that's really hard for me to do. Like, I'm not really sure if I can do that. It's emotion.
It's not...
without...
Because it's emotion. It's not...
Without drugs. I'm not really sure if I could do that. Because I'm just very, very grounded in reality and logic and stuff like that. So it's very, very hard.
It's about letting go and surrendering to emotion.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody wants me to surrender to emotion. I'm telling you that right now. So where did we lose track?
I don't know.
Oh, we lost track because we started talking about her marrying a dude named Beresford.
Okay. Yeah.
That's where we lost track. And then we went off on a whole other thing. But yeah, so despite her ambivalence, let's call it that, toward normie shit, she did actually marry a guy in 1940 named Beresford Conroy. And they kind of did a whole thing. They went, like, hitchhiking across Australia, all over the place. Now, when they got back from that trip, though, they got back to Sydney, her husband enlisted in the army, and he went off, this was World War II, so he went off to New Guinea, and he enlisted as a commando, evidently. Now, I guess while he was gone, I'm not really sure what the financial situation was, but from everything that I read, she ended up living in a stable, which I guess means like a horse stable. And she was understandably not happy about it. And when he came back, he survived the war. And so he came back, and they divorced almost immediately. Like, he got back in 1950 or something like that. I think the divorce was settled in like 1951. I guess she was like pretty mad about him going away, and I think he had changed also. So it was like a kind of whole thing. Now, they had actually lived in King's Cross, which was in Sydney, Australia. Like I said, it was kind of like the red light district, if you want to call it that. That's kind of where all the sex workers hung out. That's where all these arty cafes were. People were squatters there, poets, writers. It was kind of those kind of neighborhoods. So they lived there in the 1943-ish, before he had gone off to war. But when he came back, like I said, it was a whole different situation. They got divorced not long after he came back. Now, so after they got divorced, she moved into this boarding house, which was kind of known for being a spot for a lot of people that were kind of like her. You know what I mean? There was very eccentric kind of people. Now, she was, like I said, she was an artist, so she got employed as an illustrator at a magazine called Pertinent, which was like a freethinker, atheist type of magazine. And she did illustrations for them, like it came out once a month. Now, this had been founded back in 1940, and, there was a poet that ran it, Leon Batt. And Leon Batt was real into her artwork. And he was kind of an early champion of her artwork, like saying that, she should be up there with like all the American and European artists of this type, surrealists and stuff like that. So he was, like I said, an early champion of her stuff. So he actually ended up writing an anthology later on, which came out in 1941, and she actually did the cover art for that and did like some art for the inside, like with some of his poetry and some other things in there as well. And then a couple years after that, she actually did an exhibition with another artist in Sydney named Selena Mueller, and that show was covered by another magazine called Pix, P-I-X. And she, at that time, when they asked her about like where her inspiration came from, and she said that that's where her, she got a lot of the ideas for her from what she called psychic experiments. Like I said, doing drugs or basically trying to channel another state of consciousness, like to get her ideas for her artwork. So there's that. So she did kind of say that. Now, while she was working for this magazine, Pertinent, she met the poet Gavin Greenlees. As I said, I think he was about 13 years younger than her. And he was a fairly successful poet, at least as successful as a poet could be, I guess. I mean, he'd been published in a bunch of places. And, by the time around mid-1949, they were very good friends, and they'd kind of like taken some road trips together and whatever. So they decided that they were going to find a venue to, kind of exhibit Rosaleen's artwork. So the University of Melbourne had a place called the Roden, I'm not really sure, Roden White Library. So they talked them into doing an exhibition of her work. So they actually did this exhibition, and they showed 46 of her paintings. Public exhibition. 2 days after the exhibition was put up, the cops raided it and removed 4 of the paintings. These 4 paintings were Witch's Sabbath, which I do not have a picture of, Lucifer, which I might have a picture of. I think I do. There it is. Oh, that's that. That's one of the paintings.
That's pretty cool.
There was another one called Triumph, which I don't have a picture of, and Individuation, which I think I do have a picture of. Where is that? Oh, maybe I don't. I thought I had it. Oh, there it is. There it is. That's one, like I said, that's kind of one with like a woman with breasts, and she also has a penis. So there's that as well. So that was one of the paintings too. I couldn't find like art of the other 2. But so yeah. So the cops came in. They got totally scandalized, man, by those 4 paintings. And they called them obscene, which, like I said,
that's real fuck by today's standards. That's pretty tame.
Although it's kind of ironic because
cool,
probably YouTube will demonetize the video because
I don't think so.
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe, I don't know. They're weird about it. It's AI does it, so I'm not really sure. Well, you just because sometimes I'm just like, oh my god, this is gonna get so demonetized, and it doesn't. But then some shit that I'm just kind of like, I don't even think about it. They're like, they demonetized it, and I'm like, why? I don't know. But so I don't think they have. So we're probably getting demonetized.
If y'all want to go ahead and send Jen a super chat, help pay for her work, you can go ahead. I'm gonna pass around the collection plate. But it's gonna be a good show tonight. That was I love her art. I think it's kind of like it does look a little comic booky, but you have to understand this is the 50s.
Well, this was the 40s.
40s, yeah.
When she was doing this.
Comic books in the 40s didn't look like that. So she was kind of like ahead of her time.
Way ahead of her time.
Yeah.
Way ahead of her time.
Looks like a modern Marvel comic book type shit.
Like I said,
Good
I don't know where you are now, Rosaleen.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
man, I wish you could like still know what was going on nowadays.
Yeah, and if you analyze actually Marvel comic books and even DC, you're talking about gods and demigods anyway. They're just American demigods.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's what I don't shit on too much. It's just like kind of like modern mythology. Mm-hmm. That's what humans do.
Yeah.
We make up stories.
Yep.
For stuff. That's just.
And we make super characters.
Sure. That's Ben says demonetization. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Like I said, we'll see how it goes. We've done shows about fucking serial killers with child murders and stuff like that, and it didn't get demonetized. So I don't really know what their standards are. I don't really think. I think it's just.
Yeah, Jack Kirby. That's right.
Yeah.
He's one of the illustrators.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So they come in and they seized 4 paintings, which is crazy to me. Don't they have anything better to do? Don't they have any murders to solve or burglaries or something? Come on. You're going in a fucking art exhibition and seizing 4 paintings. Oh my God. Breasts. Yeah.
It's satanic.
Yeah, that's so fucking stupid. Okay. So
how do you define satanic? Come on.
Yeah, it's just to me it's just so silly. I know,
right.
But like they were just so fucking. It's so funny to me how seriously they took it. Well, and they took it seriously up until the fucking 80s and 90s because look at the whole satanic panic. Yeah, we did 2 shows about that shit.
This is probably the genesis of the satanic American
probably.
Panic. Yeah.
It just goes to show that they had that shit in Australia too.
Yeah.
Same kind of mindset. It's the same kind of mindset. So, so Rosaleen gets charged under what they call the Police Offenses Act of 1928. And she went to court and everything like that. Now, the only reason she got off with it was because her defense attorney said, hey, there was this other book that just came out, which was called The History of Sexual Magic. And this book had illustrations in it that were arguably more offensive or more explicit than her artwork was. And they're like, well, why didn't... Because it was written by a man. That's probably why.
Think about
But they're just kind of like, well...
Think about this. She's getting in trouble for shit she drew. She's not photographing actual acts. She's not fucking doing anything.
She's not killing anybody. She's not hurting anybody. She drew something on a piece of paper, and we're taking her to court and wasting taxpayer money
off of some shit she drew
because someone drew something with breasts and maybe a penis, and maybe there's like a.
It wasn't like even a photograph of something she set up. It wasn't a photograph or a video of real people doing things, or it was something she fucking drew, which today it's mind-boggling to me.
Now, I mean, nowadays you can draw pretty much anything, and no one is gonna.
It's not a real image.
Say boo at you.
Yeah.
I mean, some people may be like, but no one's gonna arrest you.
No, you don't get arrested.
It's a drawing.
Yeah.
Calm down. You know what I mean? So it's
no
just
one
kind
got
of
hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's not like she's doing the stuff in real life, or it's not like she's trying to show it to children or anything like that. Like, fucking calm down. It's just.
CB said that painting they make a fantastic tattoo.
It would.
It's not a painting. I believe it's a drawing. I think it's colored.
Yeah, she did some paintings. She did some paintings, but a lot of them were colored pencil or just like regular pencil, like on paper. But some of them were paintings, though. I think these might have been paintings. And the thing about it is that I don't know, like some of the ones that I'm showing in black and white, I'm not sure were actually in color because I might have been pulling the ones from the book which were in black and white, even though maybe initially they were in color. So there's that. So yeah, so they said, look, this book came out called The History of Sexual Magic. It had illustrations in it that were like way more explicit than her shit. So why are you getting on her case? Like I said, it was because she was a woman, probably. So they're just kind of like, hey, a man published this and he got away with it. It was fine. Nobody said boo about it. So it's like, so what's your deal? So the judge at least recognized, oh, okay, I guess you're right. So she actually won. Now she got £4 and 4 shillings, I think is what she got. I'm not sure what that is in nowadays money because that's Australian money and it was a long time ago. So yeah. So she got that, but that's all she got.
Probably fucking $50.
Maybe. I'm not really sure how much that is nowadays. Because that was like the old style money. Like I had to look up because the way it was printed, it was like £4 and then it was like a backslash and then another 4 and then another backslash. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? So yeah, it's £4 and 4 shillings. And that's what that meant. Now, even though she got acquitted, I mean, and she won like a settlement, because of the notoriety engendered by this, the media, of course, were gonna latch right onto this shit. We can make some money off this stuff. So, I mean, for the next many years, they wrote a lot of stories about her. And like I said, it was kind of like a proto-satanic panic, I kind of feel like. Because a lot of times, like, she's like, look, I don't worship Satan. You know, she's, like I said, she was real into Pan and stuff like that, but they accused her of, like, animal sacrifice, and she was like, I would never do that. I love animals. She had, like,
drawing it.
Yeah, she had, like, a whole bunch of pets and stuff like that. She loved rats and kitties and everything like that. She had all this stuff. She was like, I would never kill an animal, for Christ's sake. And it's just kind of like, but they were insistent, because it's old papers, you know what I mean? So they're going to, like, make up a narrative about her. Like I said, very early satanic panic kind of bullshit going on here. And I have to say that even though I admire her commitment to the fact that they were villainizing her, they were
deemed... It was about $50.
Oh, yeah, that's what... Okay. So, you know.
Yeah.
Not an insubstantial sum for the time. But even though they were, like, villainizing her and, you know, making up shit about her, essentially, I admire her ability to just be like, man, I'm just gonna, like, fucking lean into it. Yeah, I'm evil. Whatever. I'm a witch. Because what else are you going to do? If you deny it, they're going to shit on you. If you lean into it, they're going to shit on you. You might as well lean into it and have some fun with it. So that's what she did. So I kind of feel like she probably played into it to an extent. Because she's like, well, if they're going to do this anyway, which they would have, then... might as well lean into it because it might sell some more paintings, you know? I mean, and she was probably right about that.
She's trying to make herself the product.
Yeah. Like I said, if you denied it, they would still shit on you anyway. So, I mean, you might as well... They're still going to say that shit about you anyway, so you might as well just be like, yep, I'm a witch, that's right. Yeah. Come buy my shit.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of get it. And like I said, I kind of feel like she was way ahead of her time in that regard because most people be like, oh, no, I would never. It's just like, don't do that because it's just kind of like, they don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to hear that shit. Just lean into it. Lean into it. That's always the best fucking, even if it's not true, just fucking lean into it. It usually works out better. Not for her necessarily, but I'm just saying, usually that works out better. So she even said, like I said, I love this. I found this quote that they did an interview with her like afterward. And she said, this fig leaf morality expresses a very unhealthy attitude, she said. And I love that. I love that she leaned into it and also kind of shit on everybody that was shitting on her. It's just like, what is you guys' problem? Like, pretty much. Like I said, I kind of love that. That she was just kind of like, I don't even give one single fuck what you people think about me. That's super awesome. So after all of that brouhaha, so Rosaleen and Gavin, who, like I said, Gavin was younger than her. Now, the documentary said that he was gay, which maybe he was. I'm not really sure. He might have been bisexual too. I read somewhere that she was really especially into having sex with gay dudes because she liked to be dominant, maybe. I don't know if that's the case or not. I just read that somewhere, so I thought that I would mention it. But like I said, I wasn't there, so I don't know if that's true. But they were together for like a very, very long time and seem to have been pretty much, you know, best friends, partners, you know, as well as lovers as well. And, you know, they had a bunch of other stuff going on. Maybe they were both bisexual, which probably would have worked out. So they go back to Sydney at this point, after all of that nonsense. And it's at this point that they moved to King's Cross, which, as we mentioned before, at the time in Sydney, Australia, was kind of like known as the red light district. There was like a lot of cafes, coffee shops there that were kind of like catered to, you know, outsiders of society.
What would you say she was into?
Having sex with gay dudes because she could be dominant.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of male energy in her drawings.
Yeah.
She's a very Lilith type figure.
The Phantom said, how did she meet Aleister Crowley? I don't think she ever met Aleister Crowley.
No, I don't think she did.
I think she was...
She read it and probably heard it.
Yeah, she was like really into his shit though. But like, yeah. I don't think she ever met him though. So the two of them, like I said, this whole neighborhood, very known for being kind of the place all the sex workers hung out. There was like all these artists, writers, stuff like that were squatting, like people that didn't have any money, like that kind of stuff, like bohemian type of area. So they lived there. And she knew a lot of the kind of well-known figures in the area at the time, probably the most famous being Dulcie Deemer, who was called the Queen of Bohemia. She had actually written a book of poetry called The Silver Branch, which Rosaleen did some artwork for as well. So, as I said, there was like a bunch of cafes in the area that showed her artwork too. So she was kind of a fixture, like, in this neighborhood. Like, people knew who she was and knew who Gavin Greenlees was. And because of that, like, they started getting a lot of visitors to their house. Now, there are a lot of, like, photographs of the inside of their house. Like, the inside of their house, like, looked about like what you would imagine. They had, like, a lot of her artwork and, like, murals and stuff were on the wall. They had, like, a lot of kind of pagan... kind of stuff like around and everything like that, candles and goat heads and whatever. Now, she also, and I kind of love this, she had a sign on the door of their house. And the sign said, "Welcome to the house of ghosts, goblins, werewolves, vampires, witches, wizards, and poltergeists." That's what the sign on the door, and there's pictures of it online if you want to see it. That's what the sign on the door of their house said. So I was like, that's, like I said, proto-goth, man. That's adorable. Now, so they kind of knew everybody in the neighborhood. There were a couple of cops in the area that were kind of like sympathetic to them, I guess. So they were kind of friends with them as well. But I will say that most of the cops, most of the authorities in the area, not big fans of what they were up to. And I kind of feel like the cops in this era were... I don't know if I'd go so far as to say corrupt. No, I probably would. They were looking for something, anything, that they could charge these people with.
Well, they saw them as a threat to society.
Sure,
so
like to the morals
somehow.
of society.
They're going to do something bad. If they haven't done anything bad yet, they will do something bad.
They were hurting nobody.
Yeah.
Literally
they're
nobody.
going to go after the kids, or they're going to fuck up a church, or, they're thinking...
Hurting literally nobody.
They're very provincial. People were very provincial even in the fucking 80s.
Yeah, and like I said, this is, like, we can shit on, this is Australia. Well, this is big city Australia. This was Sydney. Very conservative. At this point, Australia was 80-90% Christian, and they were very, very uptight. The guy that was the prime minister at the time, I think his name is Robert Menzies. Very, very, very super Christian, very conservative, very, like, anti-communist, very, like, pro-censorship, very, like, we need to stamp out all of this weirdness, like, all of this, like, he was very much into that kind of stuff, so I kind of feel like that permeated into the whole... zeitgeist of the time.
Yeah, and it was probably...
Which it was here, too, but...
Just because they were all Christian like that, 80% Christian, doesn't mean that they were as uptight as you're saying. They're probably a lot like the South, to where they just wanted the appearance of that. But in reality, they were probably wild as shit. The South is very the old South was very Baptist, but it was also very oversexed. Okay, it was violent, lots of sex, lots of violence. Okay, there's something about Christian societies to where they want the appearance of everything being fucking conservative, but that's not the way they actually were in real life.
The thing about it is that every time I hear some kind of like fucking super conservative, like super righty, super religious, like whining about something, every accusation is a confession. Yeah. Every accusation is a confession. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
And they think everybody is as depraved and shitty as they are, so they think everybody else is doing that shit. Yeah. Not everybody is.
And
but
not
it's just
picking on the right. Okay?
I am.
I'm more kind of right. Jen's more left. The left does it too. They just do it in a different way. Okay? But the right had typically, especially in the past, had some weird fucking hang-ups.
Yeah,
the thing is, though, is that in general, those people are dead now. They're gone. A lot of that was like grandparents' generation. They were the worst. My dad's generation was a little bit better. But they're dying now. What's happening now today is X generation and younger. And X generation, really here in the United States at least, was very different from the other generations. We're both X gen.
Yeah.
We were not like
baby.
boomers. Boomers had a quality to them that was weird.
Well, our generations, the boomers and the Gen Xers, because boomers are our parents. I kind of feel like that was the last generation that there was a massive gap between the generations. I don't think that exists as to the same extent anymore.
Yeah, and so when you talk about right and left, generation had a lot to do with that, because the right and the left in the X generation and younger is not really like the right and the left from the boomer generation. They were weird. And I'm on the right, and I'm gonna say they were weird on the right, boomer generation. A pain in the ass. Worried about little fucking things, like what kind of music you were listening to. Come on, you're listening to heavy metal music? What the fuck? That's devil music. The fuck you talking about?
His stepdad used to like tear my posters off.
Yeah, like what the fuck you talking about?
My parents didn't care, thankfully.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I grew up like pretty. My parents were very chill. Yeah. They didn't care if I liked goth music or horror movies, or they were like, "We don't get it, but okay, whatever makes you happy."
Right-wing boomers did not understand artistic expression too well. They didn't understand allegory. They didn't really understand symbolism that
very
much.
Literalist.
Everything was very literal. Yeah.
I don't get that.
And they were real hung up about sex, even though those motherfuckers were fucks demons.
Yeah, what's that about?
Yeah.
Well, it's like they are allowed to do what they want, but you're not allowed to do anything you want. Like that's what I don't like. It's like, well, I can do all this stuff, but I have a reason. But if you do that stuff, then you're a whore. I'm just like,
right.
Yeah, I don't like that.
So what I've noticed in the American media, especially the corporate media, which is totally untrustworthy, they're bought and paid for propaganda outlets, all right, for the CIA, FBI, and fucking the oligarchs that own the United States. They still talk about, especially like places like CNN and fucking MSNBC and shit. They talk about the right as if it's boomers. Those guys are mostly dead.
Some of them are still alive, though.
They're mostly dead.
They're still alive.
There's not that many of them left.
Unfortunately.
The right is mostly X-Gen and the younger now.
Unfortunately, some of them are still alive.
So they're thinking that it's all about Christianity and shit. The right of today is not that religious. They don't care as much.
Yeah. But they still carry over some of that shit.
Everything does. You know what I mean? The left still carries over communism. Fucking.
Well, I don't, but
they're fucking crazy
I was never
too.
real into that.
Which is another faith. I can tear apart.
Like I said, I don't.
Marx and Marcuse, I can fucking tear them apart all day
I
long.
consider myself a left person, but it's just like I don't.
But you're more of a fucking classic liberal.
Yeah.
And in a way, I'm more of a classical liberal also. So I don't believe you should be able to do whatever you want, as long as you're not hurting other people.
Well, yeah, as long as everyone's consenting.
I believe in personal liberty.
I mean, depending on, well, now, like, I don't know what we're talking about, like, do whatever you want. You can't do whatever you want, obviously, because other people exist other than you.
You can't hurt other people.
Right, but it's just like, you know, if you're doing shit in your own house, and everyone is of consenting age and everyone is consented to do whatever it is that you're doing, then obviously nobody has a say in that. Which, like I said, this kind of blew my mind about this situation because cops are busting into their house.
Yeah.
And they're not, everyone's adults.
Yeah.
Everyone's adults. So it's like, that's kind of where we're having a problem. That's kind of where we're having a problem.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on the right would fucking believe with that today. Not even younger people. No. You can have sex and do anything you want in your house as long as that's a person is of legal
like I said, I don't get the moralistic. Like, look, even if I don't like what you're doing sexually, like you can shit in people's mouths or whatever. Like, I don't like that. I don't want to watch it. But if
that's on you, man. That's your thing. If that's your thing.
If the person is over 18 and they consented to do that,
they want to do this,
knock yourself out.
Right.
Just don't send me the video.
A boomer.
They get all upset about it.
They want to fucking find out who was doing it and catch them. As if that's going to help out. Like, bro, that'll help society in some fucking way, you know?
There's serial killers running around.
Yeah, go catch the people.
There's people, like, even, and you know what? There's even, like, lesser crimes. There's people, like, stealing bikes and shit like that. Go catch those people.
Right.
People shitting in other people's mouths who consent in their own house.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about that.
Right.
I don't give, as long as they don't send me a video of it, I don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah. And like,
please go out and catch people that are committing actual crimes.
Me and Jen usually don't like to bring politics into the fucking thing, but you guys, if you've been long-time listeners, you know about me, all right? Fucking the shit that I do. Fucking, I consider myself to be on the right, but I don't consider myself to be conservative. I don't give a fuck about drugs. I think drugs should be legalized.
I do as well.
I think the war on drugs was...
as long as you're not driving on the shit.
Yeah.
Like I said, as long as you're not
driving under the influence.
Right. As long as you're not affecting other people. Right.
And endangering other people.
If you're just in your house and you're taking drugs, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. I don't give a fuck.
The traditional American concept was what was called the right to bliss, what you had back in the 18 and 1900s. It's your body. You should be able to do it. If you want to get high, that's you.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There should be drugs, but the quality should be controlled. You control who you sell to, same as alcohol.
Yeah,
you can't fucking drive a car on that shit. You're going to get in trouble.
Yeah, same as alcohol. I kind of feel like even hard drugs, heroin, all this, it should be the same as alcohol.
That's
it should be just
you.
The same.
If you want to take
you want to do it, you are a grown up.
That's on you. That's your right. Now, don't sell it to little kids. Don't fucking give it to people.
And
who
if
don't know
you
what
do
it
it and your kids are all like they can take your kids away.
Right, there's liabilities involved.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like like everything else.
Just
and
like
the
everything
same thing
else.
with prostitution. Who gives a shit if some chick sells some ass to some other dude? They're both consenting.
Right.
As long as they're both
consenting. Like I said, as long as they're adults.
And that was another traditional American. That was a traditional American value of the fucking republic. It's just that the right and the Republic, they got very religious and they went fucking kind of crazy.
I kind of feel like that happened
1900s.
In the
between like the 30s and the 60s.
And it got real bad in the 70s and early 80s.
Yeah, and that was kind of the backlash of it.
Yeah.
But that was not normal Americanism. The cowboys did when they believed in that shit. They fucking had hookers and they were doing fucking morphine.
Sure.
They were doing drugs and shit because they had the freedom to do so, and they had guns. You should have the freedom. You just can't hurt other people without reason.
Yeah. I mean, there have to be parameters.
There's parameters, right.
Obviously, because it's like if you're affecting other people, like we're going to have a say in it because you're affecting other people. You can't drive when you're drunk. You can't drive when you're on acid. You can't, like, that's fine.
And
I don't have a problem with that.
if somebody attacks you, you can defend yourself. You can defend your wife. You can do everything. We're in the state of Florida. We have constitutional
I don't have a problem with any of that.
You can carry a gun. You can carry a gun here in Florida. You shoot somebody illegally, that's going to be murder. If you're defending yourself and your wife, that's all right. A cop would have done the same thing.
And honestly, like, look, I'm on the left. I'm a liberal, I'm not super averse to guns. I'm kind of like, as long as you have a license for it, as long as it's in your house, it's locked up so your kids can't get to it or whatever.
There's got to be safety involved.
Sure, as long as you have like some parameters. Like, I'm not bothered. Yeah. I'm really not bothered.
Traditionally in the United States, the right and the left didn't have there wasn't a big difference between them. Like, I'm on the right, but I consider myself to be a classical liberal too. You know, I believe in freedom. You know what I mean? You should do whatever you want. If you want to be gay, yeah, it's great. That's you. Well, how is that affecting me?
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I don't get, like, why people are like, well, gay people shouldn't get married. It's like, what the fuck does it have to do with you?
When I was a kid, I thought gay people could get married. It wasn't until later I found out that they could.
It's like, baby, it doesn't have anything. It absolutely does not affect you in the slightest.
No. Two people can get married.
Trans people existing does not affect you in the slightest. No. Like, why does that bother you so much? I kind of feel like the fact that it bothers them... We have trans friends. Sure. And that's what I mean.
They're people like any other people.
They're just normal fucking people. Yeah. It's just like Jesus Christ. They just have their own
thing.
Sure.
You know.
And look, I'm a big advocate of, like, whatever you want to do, baby, just do it.
Yeah.
Like I said, as long as you're not hurting anybody, you do you.
Yeah.
I'm going to accept it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. And honestly, that should be the standard. Right. I don't feel like we should be moralizing.
I'm ex-military. I fucking was involved in foreign wars and defense contracting. I'm on the right. I don't believe in the American empire and what it's fucking doing. I disagree with it. All right? I'm basically advocating for the same thing that fucking hippies were advocating in the 60s. I do not believe that we should be the policemen of the world and get involved in these other people's fucking problems.
I agree with that also.
That there should not be a global empire. All countries are sovereign. Those people voted for those fucking nations. They voted for those nations, or they don't give a shit and they just have dictatorships. What does that have to do with me? That's them. It's because there's a bunch of fucking global oligarchs trying to take over the fucking world.
Yeah, the only reason they care is because there's money involved.
Yeah, it's money. They're trying to get money and power.
That's the only reason they care.
So, I don't care if you're on the right or the left. You can be my friend if you're listening. It's just, do not believe the fucking hype. The world is extremely polarized right now, and they polarized it on purpose for money and power. Because political groups are businesses, and they're competing businesses, or they're businesses that serve the oligarch class. They're making all the money. They're making all the money.
Well, like I said,
2% of the population is making like 9% of the fucking money. All right, they have all the power.
My ass isn't making any money.
It doesn't matter who you vote for. They run that shit. And that shit's got to stop. And it doesn't matter if you're on the right or the left. You should be with me. We got to stop them. They're making all the fucking money and all the decisions. No matter what we vote for, they win. And it's not me saying this. Fucking University of Notre Dame years ago came up and said, yeah, it doesn't matter who you vote for. The rich people always win.
Well, I mean, honestly, at the very least, we should be advocating for a UBI, a universal basic income. That's kind of one of my big things.
Yeah. We shouldn't have to advocate for that.
We shouldn't have to, but
under their system,
do have to.
Under their system, that would end up being...
People should just have enough money to survive and live a decent enough life.
They kind of had that. It was called welfare. It's just that's cash welfare.
No, but that's not enough,
Same
though.
Thing. The problem is that the economy is making the people obsolete. They're making people obsolete. You can't compete against monopolies. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, I mean...
They're making monopolies.
We're just kind of like little-ass people.
Right.
So we can't...
If the world wasn't dominated by monopolies, you'd be able to make a living.
Yeah.
And that's the real problem.
Like I said, you know...
UBI sounds like a...
Well, the thing about it is
what they would do. They would weaponize that against you. They would say, now that we're paying you, you will obey, or we'll stop those checks. That's why I'm scared of it. Yeah, everybody should get a UBI, but they'll run you as a slave.
But the thing about it, it's like, well, you already get... Because you get your military pension.
Yeah, I get pension.
Like, I don't get that. So it's just kind of like...
They wouldn't run it like that.
I have to...
You're right, I understand. But they would not run it that way. They
I know that,
as
but
a
it's just like...
method of control.
Right, I get that. But it's like, it would be better
Let me tell you all
than
the
nothing.
secret. They give me a military pension to keep me shut up and to keep me peaceful with them. They're scared of me. There are millions of dudes like me. And they pay us to be inactive. Because they're scared of us. We could overthrow them.
Well, there's a lot more of us than there are.
Yeah. So
we could just eat
So
them.
what they do is they pay us off.
Yeah,
sure. Just ask Murder Hornet. He's in there too. He's in the same.
Well, like I said, it would be nice.
Veterans are dangerous, so they just fucking pay you to fucking disappear because they're scared of you. Because we know what they're doing, and we know how to break systems. All right, let's get back to this shit here, man. We're getting too fucking social and political. But no, we're your friends. No matter if you're on your right, your left. Me and Jen, we're your friend.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're a shining example of how people can get along. Yeah. Because, like, look, I'm the liberalist liberal that ever liberaled. Yeah. I'm, like, super left. And he is like, I don't think you're super right, but you're...
I'm a classical liberal with a bunch of conservative stuff about...
Right.
You have to have certain controls on things for safety reason. It's about safety and then making money.
Yeah.
That's what I worry about.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit, man. Let's have fun. Fucking all the sex and drugs or whatever you want, but you gotta have safety to enjoy that shit.
Well, that too. Like, I agree with that also.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, you can't just, like, let everything... Because I kind of feel like nowadays, I kind of hear some right-wingy people nowadays talking about, oh, the left want to do this and we want to allow this and that. No, we don't. We don't want to allow anybody to do anything. That's fucking ridiculous. Nobody is advocating for that. But, you know, we just want everybody to be able to do the shit they want to do. Everyone's over age, everyone's consenting. Nobody wants anything to do with children or anything like that unless they're fucking weirdos, which we don't like them either. So it's just kind of like, we want the same things, I kind of feel like.
Yeah.
Like
I would like to have an orderly society that fucking made sense. Somebody mentioned social credit score. You do not want the Chinese model. They will run you into the ground with social credit score. They're controlling you. And you do not want interactive money. In other words, money that's programmable. Because that's what they would do with universal basic income. Money that they tell you what you will spend it on. If you spend it on something they don't like, it costs more. What they'll do is this: they will want you to spend the money they give you on their businesses, not on competitors' business. More monopoly stuff. And that ends up going back to, remember back in the 1800s, the company store? That's what they're talking about. That's exactly what they're talking about. Yeah. Where, you work for us and you will buy from us. If not, we'll punish you.
Right, they can't.
That's what they'll do. Okay, so, the ideas of what you're talking about, I like that, but I'm evil. I see how that could be weaponized. Because they're evil. They're like me. If I was doing that to you, I would fuck you with that system. So I know they're going to fuck me with that system. I don't trust them.
I mean, I wouldn't. But I'm a good person.
You're a good person.
Like, Tom thinks that everyone is a bad person because he's a bad person.
That's how I survived.
And I get that.
Protect.
But we're not all shitty. I'm a good person.
If you have money and power, you're evil. That's how you got that money and power. You destroyed all those opponents to get that power. You're a gangster. You cannot rise to power without being a gangster.
I do agree with that.
So I don't trust any authority.
But the thing about, but another thing too is that you can't automatically assume that everyone is a bad person just because I'm not a bad person. I
believe in equality. Everyone should have equal power over their own life. You make a system to where you can choose.
Exactly. Like I said, that's why I'm a big advocate of UBI, because it's like, look, we're already all paying into a system.
If that money is free.
Sure. I'm just, okay. Yeah. Like, let's just say, for argument's sake, that everyone's just going to get their own shit. Yeah. And it's some bullshit, it's like $2,000 a month or $3,000, which is nothing. I mean, that's nothing. That's like fucking baseline. Or a month. So it's just kind of like, if everybody got that, I would absolutely not. I'm not going to be upset about my tax paying that. It's just because, look, you're going to get benefits down the line. There's less crime. There's more people being able to do what they want to do. There's more people starting businesses because they don't have to hustle their ass off.
I could go. We know. I would be up for UBI as long as it could not be weaponized against you, the individual, and as long as it cannot be used as a control.
I mean, as long as it was just kind of like, look, everybody under a certain,
it's
thing is going to get that. It's like that would be fine
like
with
welfare,
me.
But you better be free to spend it where you want to spend it.
Oh, absolutely.
And you better.
Absolutely.
You can't game the system, because what they'll try to do is they'll try to use it as a way of controlling how you vote. There's a bunch of different ways you can poison that system. As long as it was safe and free from the corruption, I'd say, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because the corporations that own the United States are on welfare.
Because, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're getting all this free money. Why don't I get that?
Right.
I don't get that.
Right. Well, they're getting that
My bitch ass is on a tightrope.
And they got that free money by exporting your job away to another country in China.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like every regular ass motherfucker like me should get that. If they want to spend it on drugs, I really don't give a shit.
No.
I really don't.
I just think what they would do is they would end up using that money as a way of controlling you and to get more power.
But
you
could
have to find a way
they...
to stop
I mean,
it.
the logistics of that would probably be prohibitive.
What they would do is they say, if you vote for me, I'll keep the money. If you're an enemy of me, I will cut your money off. They'll do shit like that.
Well, yeah, I know that, but it's just kind of like, I kind of feel like that seems to be like, that should be the baseline. Everybody should just have, and I'm not saying everybody has to live in a fucking mansion or nothing like that. Everyone should just have enough to like live on without fucking struggling.
They always kind of supposedly had that with a social net system. It's just a more effective social network. Look, we got to stay on topic. We're getting drunk and we're going off topic.
Yeah.
But we basically agree.
Yeah.
And really, traditionally in the United States, if you looked at the real United States, not the artificial one that's came up in the past 50 years, the right and the left did agree on a lot of shit. There was very little difference between them. But, man, this fucking shit is toxic and poisoned now. And I don't know how it's going to be fixed. But, look, let's get back to the fucking...
Well, and the thing about it, too, is, like, I know people are worried about it. It's like, oh, my God, somebody undeserving might get it or something like that. Look, corporations get
they're undeserving.
Millions and billions of your tax dollars, and nobody whines about that. But one fucking black person somewhere gets a welfare check and everybody cries.
Well, I don't think that's
I don't really get it. I don't get it.
I don't think that's the issue anymore.
It is.
That sounds like a 90s and 80s argument. Because, look, man, the military itself is one big welfare system. It's a welfare system. The military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned you all about. And his original speech was the military-industrial congressional complex. He warned you about the system that you have now. It's called oligarchy. Well, technocracy and oligarchy combined. That's what we have here. This is not a republic, and it's not a democratic republic anymore. It's turned into basically Wayland Industries from fucking Alien. That's what it is. It's a bunch of fucking monopolies, government-backed monopolies.
Okay, so
almost kind of like communism, but it's richer version of the Soviet.
Ben is commenting. Can people in prison get UBI? Probably not, because they have their own shit.
They're taken care of.
They're taken care of.
Yeah.
Can illegal immigrants get it? No. Well, just like illegal immigrants, contrary to what Fox News might tell you, they do not get welfare. You can't get that. If you're not a citizen, so I don't know what they're crying about. They used to. No. Can people overseas get it? No, obviously not. Can dead people get it? No, obviously not. So it's just kind of like, I don't really get, like, where are you getting that from?
Well, the thing is the system is so corrupt, they got dead people voting.
In such tiny amounts.
I think it's a lot.
No, it's really not. It's really not.
Well, how would you know?
It's really not.
How would you know? Because they told you it wasn't? I
don't
really trust anything they say.
It's just really not.
I think they actually dictate what the election
Why would anybody fucking...
Because the oligarchs that own the United States cannot have a population tell them what to do. They have all the power, and they're going to keep the power.
CB says in England, a guy won the lottery, and they said he was not eligible because he was in prison.
Actually, in the United States, no, that bitch would be eligible.
Okay. Now, say if he won the lottery, if they allowed him to play the lottery
in prison, then he should win.
Then they should honor the win. Now, as far as UBI, if you're in prison, you're already being taken care of.
You don't need a.
Now, once you get out,
yeah.
you should get it.
Yeah.
Once you get out, you should get it. But while you're in, you don't need it. So I don't think that that should be extended.
As long as it wasn't a weaponized UBI to control people and to control their voting methods, a UBI makes sense because it would be the very basic welfare type system, and you have huge corporations that are on a basic welfare
like I said,
system,
I'm not,
and it would probably prevent a lot of crime.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about giving people like, oh, they can live high on the hog. I'm just like just a sustainable, like just enough for rent and like basic food.
You might actually save money on law enforcement and prison expenses.
You would. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You just have to make sure you can't weaponize it for political purposes.
Sure. But like I said, you're going to solve a lot of problems if most people at the bottom of your socioeconomic scale are not desperate.
I'm just not sure that anything could ever be fair in any country. Because I think
nothing
every government
nothing is ever going to be
so
unilaterally fair. Nothing ever. So you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Yeah.
Right? It's just kind of like, if this is going to be good for most people and most people are going to be cool with it, like, yeah, like a couple people might abuse it, but don't fucking worry about that.
So off topic. It's
no shit.
Fucking funny because none of this shit makes any difference if you don't have any industry. You can only have these things if you have industry, and they've shipped the industry overseas. So yeah, you have UBI and all this stuff. If you have industries in the United States,
because I would love that.
I would bring the industry back.
There to be just like a little bit of money coming in like every month, so I could do my shit that I need and without fucking freaking out every month that I can't pay my bills. Like that would be really awesome.
Yeah.
But and I know that most people are like me. Yeah, some people would take advantage, but that's like a tiny percentage. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. And I don't get that thing where it's
in the
like,
Soviet Union, they pretended to pay people, and then people pretended to work. It got to a point to where, everybody had UBI, but you had to work. But then when they went to work, they didn't actually work. So there's a ways where that could cause malaise, where people are like, nah, fuck it, I don't want to go work. I just want some of that free UBI money. And then the fucking economy starts to stagnate. Nothing gets done. So there's always things you got to think about how it actually affects.
I've thought about that. Yeah. It's just kind of like most people that are working.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, most people would work anyway. Even if, and especially if the UBI was enough to sustain, but not enough to like thrive on. You know what I mean? So some people are going to be like, well, that's good, but it's like I need more money to like pay my mortgage or take care of my kids or whatever it is.
I don't know. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Okay. What's her name? Rowie?
Yeah.
Let's talk about Rowie.
All right.
Rowie's sexy snaggletooth ass trying to eat corn through a picket fence.
I mean,
she was hot. She was hot for a skinny chick with bad teeth.
The teeth got worse, like, as she got older.
As she got older, her teeth got worse. Yeah,
because I saw some earlier pictures of her, and her teeth looked kind of fucked up, but, like, okay. But, like, when she was older, man, the teeth were, like,
she needs some good old American dental work.
Yeah.
And she would have gone a lot further in her fucking Satanism with better teeth, probably. No, she was cool, though. I liked her.
Yeah, I mean, don't get too... I mean, especially back then. Everybody didn't have like fucking perfect teeth and shit like that nowadays. But
would you have hit? you'd have hit.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Well, because she seemed like a cool chick.
Could we have tag teamed that, me and you, together in the satanic?
Well, I can only
temple?
ask you that question because it's just kind of like
Depends on how she actually was when we met her.
Like I said, I have to like know her in real life.
She was charming.
She seemed cool as shit. Like everything I know about her.
Stories. Like, all right, let's do some sex magic.
I'm like,
all right. Yeah.
I've probably been all down for that.
Yeah. It'd be
probably
fucking
been all
fun.
down for that.
She's a trip.
Even back in the old days.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like I said, ahead of her time.
She was ahead of her time.
Yeah. So, people keep So she kind of gets well known in this neighborhood. So people keep coming to the house. And I told you, they got the sign on the door. I don't think you were in here when I read this. The sign on the door of the house said, "Welcome to the house of ghosts, goblins, werewolves, vampires, witches, wizards, and poltergeists." That's what the sign on the door said. There were like pictures of it.
Yeah.
So yeah. Bunch of cops made friends with them, but a lot of the cops really didn't like them. And I kind of feel like at this point in time, there were a contingent of the police force that were just like looking for something to arrest her for. So in late 1951, fall of 1951, Rosaleen and Gavin got arrested for vagrancy. Now, this was a charge that they kind of applied. I kind of feel like this is one of those charges that they could kind of use against anybody they didn't really like that was just like hanging out, because vagrancy could be used against anybody that didn't really have a quote-unquote steady job. So they come in their house and they're basically like, well, you guys don't have a steady job, so vagrancy. So they arrested them for that. I mean, I don't really know if that's a thing, but yeah, that's what they arrested them for. What ended up happening after they got arrested was there was a local publisher whose name was Walter Glover. And he came forward and he said, look, I'm going to give them jobs, so chill out. And he's like, you guys are my assistants now. So good for him. So he's like, they're not vagrants. They have jobs. They're my assistants at my publishing company. So he looks into the shit because he kind of knew who they were. So he's like, what we're going to do is we're going to put out a book with Gavin's poetry and Rosaleen's artwork, like accompanying it. We're going to put out a book. It's going to be a whole thing. You guys have jobs now. So it did end up being published as a book. The book is called The Art of Rosaleen Norton. Gavin Greenlee's kind of got left out of that stuff, which is kind of sad. So that was published in 1952. So it had a bunch of Gavin's poems in it, and it also had a bunch of Rosaleen's paintings in it. Now, initially, I think what they wanted to do initially was they wanted to do a limited run of 1,000 copies. Like 650 of them would be like leather bound, or no, 350 of them would be leather bound, like the fancy ones. And then the 650 would be like cloth bound, which are kind of like the regular version or whatever. But as it happened, they actually did do some leather bound ones, and then they realized how much that was going to cost. And then they were like, okay, well, we can't really do that many. There are, as far as I know nowadays, about 505 copies of that book that still exist. But I don't know how many of them were printed initially. Now, the thing about it was that many of the artworks that they printed in this book were deemed obscene. So, the publisher, the guy that published it, Glover, and the printer, which was called Tonecraft, they were actually brought up on charges of producing an obscene publication. And Rosaleen got dragged into court to explain what it was that was going on with her artwork. Now, two particular artworks that were printed in the book which were called The Adversary and Fohat, which I think I have artwork of. Let me see if I have that. Okay, this is The Adversary right there.
I haven't seen that one. That's a good one.
That was one that was printed in the book. And also one called Fohat, which was one of the demons that she channeled. There was that. So see, he's got like a big phallus that's like a snake.
Yeah.
So there's that. Two of those works in particular.
That's kind of her early works.
Were deemed obscene.
Simple shit, man. But you see what I'm talking about?
Which, like I said, you see it nowadays and you're just like, no one's offended. Well, no. I'm sure somebody out there is probably offended, but I'm not offended.
You can also see what I was talking about when it comes to fucking Giger. Giger's work kind of looked like that. A little bit. Even the fucking...
I don't understand.
The black and white.
It's a drawing.
Yeah, it's just a drawing. Pretty cool drawing, though.
It's a drawing. And it's like a demon that has a penis that looks like a snake. Okay.
Yeah.
Calm down.
It should be like a snake. Mine's like a snake.
What kind of snake is your penis, Tom?
Like a fucking cobra.
I thought you'd come up with something more interesting.
Like a fucking cobra.
It's like a rattlesnake. It makes a noise. Man.
Snake Plissken.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys... what they're talking about is his dick.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Because when he takes his shirt off, he's got a tattoo of a fucking cobra coming out of his belt line on his fucking... His dick... Snakes. Snake Plissken's snake is his cock.
Yeah.
That's some wild shit when you think about it.
I mean...
Yeah.
I love that they didn't really call attention to it, though. Yeah. I love that was just kind of like a background.
Snake Plissken he's a walking phallic symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, I love that they didn't play that up. They were just kind of like... it was.
You
just
had to read
like,
into it.
Right.
Why is that tattoo of that snake coming out of his belt? Yeah. That's the snake they're talking about.
Yeah. Love it. Well, like I said, that's what makes it better, is that they didn't draw attention to it.
No. You had to be...
That makes
sharp to see. That's the snake we're talking about.
Because if you draw too much attention to it, it's try hard, and it's like it's not fun anymore.
He's fucking swinging. Yeah, he's 8-9 inches long.
So yeah. So what the judge ruled in this case was that these two particular drawings, these two particular artworks, that all existing copies of the book, this artwork had to be removed from them. So Glover, he got found guilty, and he got charged £5 plus court costs. Like I said, whatever that is in nowadays money. And the publishing company, Tonecraft, got charged £1. I don't know how much that is nowadays. Now, in some versions of the book, Glover did like kind of just put a black out thing like over those two particular artworks, but most of them were still unaltered because they had already been released. You know what I mean? Now, interestingly, this book was subject to a customs ban. This was the only time that this had been done for an Australian art book before or since, as far as I'm aware. So people are really upset about snake penises for some reason. I don't really get why people are so upset about that.
A bunch of little dick motherfuckers jealous.
I mean, I guess.
It's player hate.
Why? It's a drawing. Like, please calm down.
Phantom says fucking Alabama black snake from Full. Yeah, they got Alabama's black snake. They got fucking Mississippi white snake. They got everything, man. You remember the band White Snake? That's about me. Got whole videos of it.
White Snake or
me and Jen got videos of the White Snake. You'll see.
We'll make some more. We were talking about it last night. Like,
we gotta make more porn.
We got all the new stuff we gotta do. Because we haven't done it in a long time. It's like, we gotta make some more videos.
We've been so busy.
I know. Like, I've been so busy doing other stuff, and it's just kind of like I haven't.
Oh, and gotta tell you all, the Grand Marquis, my pimp ride, the car, it's done. It's running good now. No engine warning lights or anything. Fucking new fuel pump. Everything's fucking running strong. And I pulled some of the fucking rubber bumpers off the fucking doors and shit. I'm doing some custom work here a little bit. Getting rid of my fucking door bumpers. All right. Cleaning that shit up from 99. I'm going to update it. Gonna look real good.
Yeah.
Go restroom here real quick.
All right. So, in case you were worried that Australia was kind of like somehow out of the loop on this bullshit, the U.S. was like actually even worse. They would not even allow any copies of it to be imported to the United States because of obscenity, which, like I said, is super crazy. Now, I feel like this did... Okay, so it did kind of give Rosaleen a little bit of notoriety, which is always good, like when you're trying to sell artwork or books or whatever. But the publisher, Glover and his publishing company, actually went bankrupt because of the whole situation. So, not fun. And it turned out that the guy that did the actual binding on the book and stuff like that, because the publishing company went bankrupt, he realized that he was not going to get paid. So basically the publisher was like, hey, do you want one of her artworks like to compensate? So he actually took one of her artworks, which was Fohat, which was the one that I showed you with the snake dick. So he took that as compensation because he knew it was to get paid for it. So it was a whole thing. Now, the thing about it, so this book comes out, and the media in Australia were just very satanic panic about it. One of the headlines in the Sunday Sun said, "Witches, Demons on Rampage in Weird Sydney Sex Book." That was the headline, which I thought was fucking hilarious. And then like a bunch of the papers at the time were just kind of like calling for, oh my god, it's so scandalous and we should ban it and blah blah blah, and they were like publishing letters that said we should burn the books and stuff. I'm like, okay, awesome, you go back to the 17th century where you fucking belong. But you know what I mean. So like I said, this was a very, like I said, in the United States in the 50s, very conservative. Here as well, very conformist, same kind of thing going on. In Australia, I kind of feel like they had the same kind of shit. They had like a prime minister that was super conservative and was very, very into any kind of books that were coming out, any art that was coming out, that was anything like, that was maybe not had anything to do with like what was going on at the time, a little nonconformist, stuff like that. He was going to crack down on it, and that's kind of what happened. So so you got like a lot of people writing into the papers, a lot of the people writing for the papers, shitting on her and saying like we should burn her shit, we should do this and that and the other, which not all that different from like the witch trials back. At least they weren't burning her as a person, although they probably would have if they'd given the chance. Okay, so fall of 1955, this teenage girl who had some issues with mental illness in the past, and she was kind of a vagrant, so she was kind of a street person or like lived in squats or whatever, and her name was Anna Hoffman. Now she got arrested for swearing at a police officer, which again seems like a bullshit charge, but whatever. So she gets arrested. So she gets put on trial. And at her trial, the excuse that she gave was that, well, I used to be a good person until I went to a satanic black mass put on by Rosaleen Norton. Okay. And then my life started going downhill. Okay. Now, of course, all of the media picked up on this shit because they were like, oh boy.
Oh, yeah, this is a good story.
Boy. This is a good story. So they're going to like fucking write all this stuff. So then like all the claims about Satanism and stuff started coming in. Like Rosaleen, like to her credit, did try to like, look, Satan that's a Christian thing. I'm a pagan, like I'm into Pan and all that kind of stuff. I don't sacrifice animals. I love animals, stuff like that. But of course the tabloids weren't hearing it. They're like, nope, devil worshiper. Like I get it. I was there in the 80s, so I know how that goes. But it's just kind of like I said, at least I couldn't be arrested for it in the 80s that I know of. But back then you could. Now, the thing about it was that Hoffman, Anna, she later said, yeah, I made that shit all up. And she got sentenced to a couple months in jail for whatever the fuck. But by the time she said that she'd made it all up, all of the stuff about Rosaleen, that had already, like, locked into the public consciousness, right? So it's like everybody was like, oh my God, there's Satanists down there in King's Cross. There was that. So from that point forward, the media could not get enough of the shit going on down there. And they just like, Satanism, Satanism, Satanism. Even though she's like, look, it's not Satan. I don't know what you're talking about. But like, yeah, she tried to explain, but they weren't really listening. There was a article in the Post that said, and the headline was, "A warning to Australia, devil worship here." And they put a picture of Rosaleen with her like kneeling in front of like the Pan painting that she had, which was like a mural like on the wall of their house.
I like to call her Rowie better.
Yeah, that's what everybody called her, I guess. Like according to the documentary.
She's just like some weird, cute chick from the scene, and everybody calling her Rowie.
Yeah.
And when you look at her that way, she's just kind of more familiarizing to me, you know what I mean? More.
Like I said, just like all of this stuff,
humanizing.
it's just like it's not.
Yeah.
I'm not offended by any of this. I'm not threatened by any of this. It's like it's not. Yeah. I'm sure she was a lovely person. I don't know.
Really... She's lovely. That bitch is diabolical, but she's probably a lot of fun.
That's what I mean.
She was laughing most of the time during this.
Well, not diabolical in the sense that, because it seemed like she didn't involve anybody in the shit that didn't want to be involved.
She was just mischievous.
She wasn't doing anything bad. She didn't do anything bad. She not that anybody. I ever. Yeah, she didn't hurt anybody. Yeah. So it's like, why does everybody care? I don't really. Rowie. Yeah, I don't know.
Rowie and her little fucking threesomes and shit with her gay boyfriends.
Sure. So there was like a huge media backlash against her. And even though there were a couple of cops on the force that were like sympathetic to her, most of the police force were out to get her, pretty much. And the media were as well, because they wanted a fucking story. You know, they wanted her to be, a Satanist. Now, in 1955, the cops actually... one of the guys that owned a cafe in the area that had displayed her artwork, the cafe was called the Kashmir. She had went there and they put her artwork up on the walls and stuff. They took him to court for obscenity. And then, also in 1955, the cops raided Rosaleen and Gavin's house and accused them of performing, quote unquote, an unnatural sexual act. This was, they stole some pictures. Well, okay. 2 members of their coven stole some pictures from their house and tried to sell them to a tabloid. And then from what I can understand, the person that got them from the tabloid gave them to the vice squad at the police, because there was a whole synergy between the cops and the media going on at this time. So the photos, and I've seen them, it's basically just mild S&M photos. Like, it's basically her, she's naked, and she's kind of like on the back of a couch or whatever. And Gavin is in his little like ritual outfit or whatever, and he's like whipping her. There's like fucking, it's S&M. It's S&M photo. Yeah, it's super not graphic.
She's curled up with her back kind of bowed up. She's in a little ball on the back of a couch. And her boyfriend's back there with a switch.
Yeah.
And he's hit her along the back and part of her ass and stuff. And she's scrawny. And she's looking at the camera smiling.
Yeah.
And it looked like she's got red marks where he was striking her.
Yeah.
But they look like they might have been faked.
I mean, maybe.
They look like it might have been
hey,
makeup on her to make it look like she'd been switched.
I gotta pee.
Kind of like a mild caning.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like.
Right. Now, I don't think there was any context to the photo. It looked like it might have been taken for something that they were working on. It didn't look like it was a spontaneous photo. It looked like it was kind of a setup. But for some reason, back in the 50s, these really disturbed the cops. But when you look at it, man, I can't really understand why they were so upset about it. This is only like maybe one notch above what Betty Page was doing with her bondage photos. And Betty Page was damn near, I wouldn't call her mainstream, but she was big enough that a lot of American dudes knew who Betty Page was back in her day. Her photos and her photo shoots mostly involved like being tied up. But really, it was in that same shot. It was in that same vein in terms of like, spiritually in that same vein. She wasn't. It did not look like an actual bondage photo. It looked like a photo shoot setup photo.
Well, like what she said later was that those photos had been taken at her birthday party.
Okay.
And they were stolen from her house, which I don't doubt. Honestly, because journalists and cops did steal shit, photos, letters, stuff like that from her house because they were trying to like get her on stuff.
I wonder if I could find that photo.
Now, this photo, reportedly, was stolen by 2 members of her coven who wanted to sell the photos to a tabloid for £200. I don't know if that's the case, but apparently these photos were not meant to be. They just took them for their own edification. And somebody took them, reportedly, and gave them to the media. Now, obviously, the media at the time could not print them, but they said they had them, and of course, they wrote, like, these breathless articles about how scandalous they were and shit like that, which is fucking hilarious. But, yeah. So, they even know the 2 guys that stole them. Francis Honer and Raymond Ager, those were their names. And they were like friends of hers, but they stole the shit. They were just trying to make some money off her. Now, later on, they wrote this article in the Post, and they said that Rosaleen had posed for those photos willingly for that paper's photographer, which as far as I know was not true. And the shit that she said in the supposed interview that came out in that article, I'm not entirely sure if that's true either. Like, because the stuff she said in there, she was very open about being a witch and about like all the sex magic and stuff, which tracks. But some of the stuff that she said in there, I don't know if they exaggerated it, like just to sell papers or whatever, because they wanted a particular image of her. And she kind of leaned into it, but I don't know if they made some stuff up about her. So there's that. So what ended up happening as a result of this article and about these photos getting out of, and like I said, they're very mild S&M photos. Like not even, you didn't even see anything, really. I mean, yeah, she's naked, but she's kind of like...
I found a lot of nudes of her, but I can't find a picture of her.
Yeah, she was not...
In that
and even in the documentary that we watched, like, she was not ashamed of her body or anything like that. So she like, and she was she would model for artists and stuff like that. So she was not ashamed of her body or nothing. So it's just kind of like, but the photos were very mild. I mean, shit, man. I think even the Betty Page ones were probably more.
This is Rosaleen there. That's the kind of photos that she would do.
Yeah, it was just that.
Just that kind of stuff.
I mean, that wasn't the ones that they seized. It was the ones that they see. There was like a series of them, and she was kind of like I said, she was naked, but she couldn't really see much of anything because she was kind of.
She took stuff like this where she's nude there, but you can't really see anything. She her
right,
playing
like,
pan flutes and shit.
Right, it was that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But the one that she was just kind of like her back was bowed up, and she was like that, like on the back of a couch or something, and then like Gavin was in there. He was dressed. He had like a robe on or some shit, and he was just like whipping her with a switch, and so she had like a bunch of like wounds like on her back and like her ass and stuff.
Or they were purported to be wounds.
But like I said,
been painted on her.
Like I said, even if they were, those weren't photos that were meant to be released to the public. They were just for them, as far as I'm aware, and they were taken from the house.
Yeah.
And then like published and like, oh my God, Satanist. It was that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So because of this article and these photos that were stolen.
That's a cool photo of Rowie.
Yeah. Like I said, she's like a badass chick. I would hang out with her. Big deal. So, because of all of that, situation. So her and Gavin get arrested. I love this. I mean, it wasn't fun for them at the time, but in hindsight, it's kind of funny. They get arrested for, quote unquote, the abominable crime of buggery.
Yeah.
Which, okay, now I'm not sure how Australian law worked at this time. Buggery, I thought, that's butt stuff, right? That's anal. That's anal sex, right?
Yeah.
I
want to show this picture of Rosalind when she was not made up in her, or Rowie when she was not made up in her witch makeup. That's actually what she looked like.
She's a bit older there.
She's a bit older there, but
I think her sister took that.
Was not an ugly woman, really. She was cute. She's a good looking woman. Her little witch outfit made her look a lot more sinister than she was.
Well, like I said, I think she wanted to.
Yeah, she wanted to look like that.
Because everyone was already vilifying her, so she figured, shit, I might as just, well, like I said, I get it. I might as well just, like, fucking lean into it. Which, like I said, I respect that. So, they arrest these two for, and that was the legal definite, the abominable crime of buggery. They said on the documentary, they're like, this is the only crime in Australian law at the time that had an adjective attached to it, abominable. They're like, yeah, because that's how offended they were. Like, see, I thought buggery, that's just that's butt stuff, right? Like anal
I would
sex.
think so.
I thought that's what that word meant. But I think they were just kind of grasping at straws, because what ended up happening was that they accused them of that because of the photographs that were stolen from their house. None of the photos showed that, though. The photos just showed, like I said, just pretty vanilla standard S&M kind of stuff. Not really all that explicit. Nobody was butt fucking anybody. It was fine. And I think that might have been the reason why they really weren't charged with it. Because when they got to court, the cop that supposedly was accusing them of it, they were asking him to, like, describe the stuff he saw in the house and blah, blah, blah. And he really couldn't describe anything that looked like, quote, unquote, buggery. He didn't see anybody butt fucking anybody, you know what I mean? And, they just stole photos is basically what happened. And like I said, the photos they stole, by today's standards, it's nothing. It's really nothing. So
What was Gavin's name?
Gavin Greenlees. Green, Lees. Poet.
Let's see if I can find that photo by searching for him. No, I can't find the bondage photo.
They showed him on the documentary, though. Like I said, if you have Amazon Prime, you can watch it for free. And it's pretty good. We watched it last night. And they show a lot of the photos on there. Like a whole series of them. But it's just kind of like, the photos are like nothing. Like I said, they're not even as explicit as maybe like some Betty Page stuff from around the same era or a little bit later. So it's just kind of like, I don't really get why, but it was
They just thought it was weird.
Okay.
They thought it was weird.
Like I said, I get that I have the privilege of living this much later, but I don't really understand what the problem is. Everyone's adults. It's those photos, they didn't make them
harming society.
They didn't make them into billboards and like put them in children's like preschools or anything like that.
Photos.
Like, calm down.
There were
Jesus
private
Christ.
photos in their house, but for some reason they were harming society.
And the fact that like cops or journalists and stuff like that would go in there and steal photos, and then publish them in a paper and be like, "Look at these degenerates." It's like, that is some fucked up shit right there. It's like, look, that was never meant for the public to see. They just took those for their own edification. Just like, fucking mind your fucking business. Goddamn. So so there was this whole thing, and I don't even know how much of the interview that she gave for this supposed article was true, because it just seems like they were trying to get as much mileage out of her as they could. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Satan worshiper, and like, because obviously people are gonna like buy just like the satanic panic in the 70s and 80s. You know, you make up a bunch of shit because people are gonna buy that stuff because outrage sells, unfortunately. So it was the same was true back then. And I kind of feel like, too, they were trading on the fact that, as I mentioned, Rosaleen didn't make a secret of being real into drugs. So she was on a, well, you know, she was trying to like get to a higher plane of consciousness, like I said. So she was on methadone, like all kind of different kind of like shit. So it could have just been they were trying to get her on something. I kind of feel like that's what that was. So right around this time, she gets a correspondence from the very, very famous English classical music composer, Sir Eugene Goossens, also a composer. Now, he, like I said, he was a big deal. Like, he was known all around the world, like in the classical music scene. Very, very well known, very well respected. So he's in Australia right around this time period in the mid-1950s. Now, he had always had an interest in the occult, which obviously he kept on the down low because that was like not cool back then. But because he was in the area and he happened to read a copy of the book, The Art of Rosaleen Norton, which obviously had her artwork and Gavin Greenlee's poetry in it. So he read it and he got really, really interested in her. So he wrote her a letter. And she said, okay, cool. Like, you're in Australia, like, come and hang out with us. You know what I mean? Like, as you would. So he came there and met her and met Gavin. And by all accounts, they started a sexual relationship. Him and her, and probably Gavin as well. Like, there's probably a threesome going on there. Now, because the thing about it was that Sir Eugene, even though I kind of feel like later stuff painted it like, oh, he got corrupted by this witch, you know what I mean? But that is not fair. He was into the occult way before he met her. He reached out to her specifically because he was interested in her artwork and in her philosophy and stuff like that. So it's just kind of like, I feel bad for what happened to him, but it was not her fault. And I kind of feel like the shit that later on made it seem like it was her fault is pretty shitty. So he goes and hangs out with them. Goes and hangs out with their house. They do, you know, sex magic like they do. Sir Eugene was real into that. Like, and according to everybody that knew him, it's like, you know, I know a lot of people got into like sex magic because it's like, woo, orgies and stuff like that. That was the, like, the surface reason they were into it. But there's like, there were a tiny percentage of people that were really thinking that this is going to be the way we're going to transcend stuff. And they were really into the Aleister Crowley stuff. And I kind of feel like Sir Eugene was one of those people. At least according to his biographers, they're like, he was super serious about this stuff. And it's like the whole sex magic thing, he really believed in that. He really believed in, we're doing this and we're transcending our consciousness and we're doing all this stuff. So it's like, it wasn't necessarily just, he was some like older creep and he was just trying to get involved in orgies or nothing like that. Because I do feel like probably most people were doing that. But he wasn't like that, at least according to everybody that knew him. He was like really into it. He was like really serious. So he goes there and gets all involved with her coven. You know, I kind of feel like, yeah, it wasn't just threesomes. I kind of feel like there was a whole sex magic like orgy thing going on because they really believed in, as I said, transcending stuff through sex magic.
Erica says she has a distinct look, not in a bad way, just kind of a distinct look. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's something kind of hot about her in a weird way. Not really sexually for me, but just...
Yeah, like I said,
yeah.
I kind of feel like the more I learn about her, like I said, I like interesting people. I don't really care what they look like necessarily. Because, like, what you look like is way down on the list. Because if you're an interesting person, then how you look is going to go way up in my estimation. You know what I mean? And especially if you look kind of weird, but you're kind of like owning it. Like, I'm kind of into that too. Confidence has a lot to do with it. Confidence and how interesting you are. And if you don't really like give that much of a fuck what you look like, and you're just like, yeah, this is me, fuck it. Like, I like that. So it doesn't really matter, like, what you look like necessarily. Like, as long as you're kind of owning it and you're just kind of like, you don't give a shit. I'm kind of into this. Like, well, you know, within limits, obviously. But so, this dude, world famous composer, world famous conductor. So he's interested, he writes a letter, and they kind of become entangled, and he gets into all of the sex magic stuff. Now, by all accounts, probably, well, for sure, like, he had a sexual relationship with Rosaleen. They're pretty sure he had a sexual relationship with Gavin also, because, you know, the three of them kind of had a whole thing going on. And it was probably true that he participated in sex magic rites, which would mean, you know, orgy type of shit. You know what I mean? And he seemed like he was into that as well. Now, what ended up happening was that during one of the many raids on Rosaleen and Gavin's house, which is fucking bullshit. Like I said, yeah. Like I said, everyone's adults. No one's children in there. No one is just... They're just coming in their house and taking stuff, which that blows my mind. So they come in during one of the raids on their house. They come in, and a dude who's like a crime reporter for The Sun, which was like a tabloid. His name's Joe Morris, and he comes in and he finds a whole bunch of letters that Sir Eugene had written to Rosaleen. And in these letters, it was made very clear that he was a willing and enthusiastic participant in all of their, you know, sex magic and pagan rites and whatnot. So he steals all these letters, essentially, or seizes them, I'm sure, in his mind, but stole. So he hands them over to the Vice Squad. As I said, this is kind of like, there was a whole relationship between the cops in this era. Not all of them, because a few of them were kind of like sympathetic. But the cops and the media had a whole thing going on. So this dude who worked for this tabloid, he basically like goes in there during a raid. He steals all these letters, in which it's made very clear that Sir Eugene is participating in sex magic and orgies and stuff like that with these two and other people. And he gives them over to the Vice Squad. So, like I said, media and cops kind of cooperating. I don't even want to colluding. I think that's a better word.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, because they just wanted this woman gone. They wanted her punished, I feel like. I mean, especially during this time period. So after this, in March 1950, because Sir Eugene had gone and done his stuff with them for a while, and then he went back to, you know, wherever he was, like went back to England or whatever. And then he comes back to Australia in March of 1956. And he's not really, because he was in England, so he didn't really know, like, all of this stuff that was going on in the media in the time that he was gone. So when he comes back to the country, he is very surprised that the, you know, customs officers or whatever, they're waiting for his ass to show up at the airport. Hey, we're going to search all your luggage. Which at the time, like, now everybody does that. But, like, back then, that was, like, weird. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, we're going to look through your shit. Especially if somebody was as world famous as he was. So it was kind of like a big deal. So they start...
Some childish shit.
It really is.
Through all this shit, raiding people's apartments or looking through people's luggage.
Like I said...
fucking drawings that people drew and fucking...
It blows my mind. It blows my mind.
Drawings over people
like
drew.
I said, it's not like anybody is taking pictures of people fucking people and just putting it out. Hey, everybody got to look at it. Even children. No one's doing that.
Yeah.
These are all adults.
Yeah.
They have all consented to do this stuff.
Yeah.
They're in their own house.
And adults fucking each other Why the fuck are they even?
Why is that anyone's business other than theirs? No one's being
they think
forced.
the devil's involved.
Sure. The devil. Look.
It's funny.
Pro tip: the
Shit
devil does not exist. Like,
Yeah.
calm the fuck down.
Devil's involved, and
Calm
these
the
people are
fuck
fucking, and they're drawing things. So we're gonna fucking look into this shit. This shit's dangerous.
Get out of other people's fucking business.
It just goes to show you how even the state is very fucking susceptible to fucking superstition and fucking erroneous thinking. I mean, just stupid shit. You know, that's why I don't trust them. I come from a low trust society. I do not trust authority at all.
Yeah. So Ben, who is, I believe he's Australian,
Yeah.
so he has more cachet to talk about this than we do. He says yes, buggery is unnatural sex.
Unnatural.
Yeah.
What is that?
Anal penetration. I guess it could be used. Okay, so I always thought
We said anal
buggery
sex.
was, at least in UK term, because that's what I'm more familiar with UK law than Australian law, but I know that's kind of similar. So I always thought buggery was like butt sex, right?
Yeah.
But I think that buggery is a broad enough term that it could be applied to any kind of quote unquote unnatural sex, like as in
Oral?
as in not non-procreative. So
Hand job.
yeah, so that could really apply to
job.
anything. So anything.
Blowjob.
So him just whipping her,
It's buggery.
like in a sec. I guess that could be.
Okay.
But the charges were dismissed because the cop like went on up there to like give evidence or whatever, and they're like,
Right.
well, did you see any
Spoilers.
butt sex or
Spoilers.
anything like that? And they're like, well, he couldn't really describe anything that he'd seen. It was just like the
Yeah.
photos.
Spoiler alert. Even in the 50s, the Australian public didn't think any of this shit flew. They constantly were like, what are you talking about? They'd fucking...
Well, the
So-
public is always kind of like
public is
ahead
like,
of
oh, they're
laws
going
a
into
little
people's
bit.
houses now, worried about what they're doing with each other. Yeah,
Because
get the
I
fuck out of here.
guarantee you
Those people
that
were doing
fucking
shit.
straight people
We're
were
like-
doing butt stuff.
Yeah. They're like,
Straight people doing butt stuff, and they've always done butt stuff. So it's like the
and
fact
straight
that there's
women giving head.
yeah,
Straight
and
women
the
giving
fact that
hand
there's a
jobs.
law against that, you
Yeah.
get in trouble for that. It's like, bitch, everybody is doing that.
Yeah.
Everybody, everybody, straight people, gay people, trans people, everybody is doing that stuff. So
Yeah.
it's like, calm the fuck
And it
down.
wasn't even gay. It was between a man and a woman.
Sure. Like I said, I kind of feel like, look, 95, I don't know if I'm pulling this out of my ass, 95% of straight people have done butt stuff, right? We've done butt stuff. You've done butt stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody's done butt stuff. Everybody. Everybody. Not everybody. Maybe there's a small percentage. Like I said, I'm not shaming. I'm just saying most straight people have done butt stuff.
Yeah.
Like I said,
The
I've done
lucky
butt.
ones.
I've done butt stuff. We've done butt stuff. I've done butt stuff
You
with my
dive straight into
with my
this.
ex-husband. We've done butt stuff. It's straight.
It was very old fashioned thinking in terms of that sex was just for procreation and you couldn't have
Fuck that.
anything alternate, anything fun. You went,
Like I said, if it was just for procreation, nobody could do
Yeah.
like oral, which is like everybody
right.
does
And
that.
here's another shocker to some of you fucking people who are living in the fucking dark, which I don't think anybody really.
Yeah.
Even in the Middle Ages, church records say that most people were doing all this shit back
course.
in the Middle Ages.
Why
They were
wouldn't
doing all this
you?
shit. Yeah. Girls and boys being caught giving head in the fucking
Sure.
in
Everybody.
the barnyard and doing all kinds of weird shit. And it went even beyond that. I mean, there was weird shit happening. Dudes getting caught having sex with animals. Women getting caught having sex with animals. They'd kill them over it. But it was happening.
Which, that's a whole other thing, like I said, because the
Yeah.
animals can't consent. But
Yeah. But they would kill the animal too.
and that
Because
is
the animal had sinned.
that is fucking. Yeah, they did do that.
They hung a dude and the fucking cow.
Yeah.
For doing that shit. And the fucking cow owner was
Well,
pissed.
this is the same kind of people that thought, like, look,
That
if a
was some
chick
British
if a
shit, I
chick got raped,
Yeah, they
then
killed
it
her.
was her
It's her
fault.
fault also. Yeah.
Like that was her fault.
Yeah.
Like, she was just walking down the street, like, doing nothing. Well, street. They didn't have streets back then. But walking down the dirt road, going to the well.
In certain places, depending on what time.
Right. But like, you know, some dude jumps on you out of the bushes and rapes you. Oh, suddenly that's your fault, too.
Yeah, you called it on yourself.
That's like some Scientology
You didn't
shit.
die. Well, you should have fought to the death to defend your honor. But that's the same shit you have in a lot of Islamic countries, you know, about honor killings and, you know.
That's some bullshit.
She got raped, so she's guilty too. She's been soiled. It's part of the family honor, so you gotta die.
I'm not into that patriarchal bullshit, man.
According to my friend
Not into it.
He lives in Saudi Arabia. He says a lot of that kind of shit fucking in Saudi Arabia, that's gone. It's just,
I hope
so.
That's
just like,
because that's like some
in certain fucking places
medieval
like Afghanistan and shit, you know.
Medieval.
If some dude rapes a woman, that's the dude's fault. That's not on the woman.
It is always the dude's fault.
Yeah.
I don't care what that chick was wearing. Yeah. I don't care where she was. I don't care what she was doing. Yeah. That was the dude's decision to rape that woman. Yeah. That is the dude's decision only. And
he's got the physical power to make it.
There's no mitigating factors at all.
Right. So
that was his decision.
Yeah. You should only punish the man.
His decision.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't give a shit if she was fucking walking down the street naked.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
If it's against her will, it's against her will.
Exactly. Yeah. And I don't understand why other people do not understand that. Against your will, against your will. You say no, that's what that means. Yeah. That's what that means.
If a dude has sex with a woman and it's beyond her will, it's rape. It's like stealing.
Yep.
You can't hold her property.
If she's asleep, that's against her will. Yeah. That's rape. If she's too drunk,
only the dude.
That is against her will. That is rape.
Only the dude is to be blamed.
Sure. And that is the only person.
Yeah.
We cannot blame. It's like, oh, she got too drunk and fell asleep. Like, look, I've done that at parties lots of times. I was just like lucky that I was there with people that put me in a room and locked me in there and like helped me out. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, but if somebody had taken advantage of that, that would absolutely be rape because I did not
consent. In the West, most dudes are respectful of that. Yeah, they're gonna be okay. Now there are a few assholes, dudes, but you know.
But yeah, I'm just saying it's just kind of like it's pretty clear cut. Yeah. And anybody that's gonna argue about boundaries, that is a person that you have to watch out for. Because why would you argue about boundaries like that? You didn't get consent.
Then it says that buggery is quite specific. It's another name for sodomy.
See, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought that just meant butt sex.
Yeah.
But it does seem like some people... Like, I know that the law was pretty specific, because I thought that had a pretty specific definition. But the more I looked into it, I was like, well, I kind of feel like some police forces would use that term as a broader term. It's like, well, it's any sex we don't really like. And I kind of feel like they did successfully use that in a few cases. But I always thought that that was a very specific thing. I thought that meant anal sex. And I thought that that was I thought that was a way of like getting, of specifically arresting like gay people.
The American English doesn't have the word buggery in it. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very British... Phantom says, is it still rape if a husband does it to his wife? Yes, if it is without her consent. Yes, it is.
Whether or not she presses charges is something else.
Yeah, but I mean, technically, like from if she says no and he does it anyway, yes, that is still rape.
And if she wants to press charges, then there you go. Now...
doesn't matter if they're married or not.
Right. Now, I've never heard of a woman pressing charges on her husband for that, though. Unless there's some kind of abuse.
Well, yeah, it usually happens in tandem with like other abuses.
Yeah, he's
sure,
beating on her and shit.
Sure,
right? Yeah, so that's not a normal circumstances. Under normal circumstances, your wife's gonna fucking have sex with you if you want it. She's all right. Yeah, it's gonna start with. I'm not in the mood, but okay. That's usually what women do because they're friendly. They're not. You're not in opposition to her.
Right. Like I said, if you're in opposition, there's usually other things going on. Like I said, there's some kind of abuse situation.
Yeah, you're beating her. She's trying to divorce you. That kind of shit. That's a different.
If you have to rape your wife,
there's issues.
Then obviously there's something else going on. because your wife, I mean, I'm his wife.
Yeah.
And I will have sex with you anytime you want.
Yeah. If I wanted to have sex with her, she'd want to, she'd give it to me anyway. Just say, okay, I'll give you some relief.
Well, no, it's like, you know, and it's not like a burden or anything like that. It's like sometimes I'm tired or something like that. But I'm like, all right. All right. It's not against my will.
Yeah.
Like I said, if I'm sleepy or something like that, I'm just like, meh, that's all right. I'll still have a good time. I'll still have a good time.
Yeah.
And that's how it should work out.
Right.
That's how it should work out.
Now, we're talking about, what did they mention about buggery? In the United States, the closest thing to buggery I can think of is in Louisiana. They have something called unnatural sex. I think that's what they called it.
That's a pretty broad term.
What was the... Yeah, and they used it broadly. I'm trying to remember what the word is.
Yeah, that's the problem with those kind of laws. Because it's like, look...
But Louisiana law is not British common law. It's based on French Napoleonic law. Because Louisiana was owned by France for a while. So they have French law. And I'm trying to remember what that fucking word is that they used. It meant unnatural sex. And what they did is they used it to convict prostitutes of misdemeanor.
Right.
For misdemeanor sex crimes of prostitution. In other words, it meant she was given head.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember what the word was that they used for it. It was like buggery. I'll remember it later. But
see, anytime...
Crimes against nature. Crimes against nature.
Because, like I said, it's not procreative.
Crimes against... Well, what the fuck is...
So if it's head, or if it's butt sex, or if it's just kind of like...
something that's not vaginal.
Titty fucking, or it's like anything that's not PIV.
That's not vaginal.
Sure.
Yeah, titty fucking, giving head, just hand job. It's crime against nature. Nature says you should be in the vag, making children.
Have you seen Nature?
Yeah. But that's what they're saying. Now, I've heard that recently, in recent years, crimes against nature's got thrown out as unconstitutional.
I would fucking hope so.
Louisiana was a fucking blue... it was mostly used in New Orleans, which was a blue city. That's Democrats. They used it, though. But they used it against prostitutes. Yeah. You went into that car with that man, and fucking... you were blowing him. You know what I mean? Fucking, we got it on video. We saw you. Crime against nature. Can't prove that money changed hands. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Can't prove that all this, but you know, you were in there with.
Which, like I said, is ridiculous. Because, like I said, I don't even agree that prostitution, i.e.,
should be legal.
Sex for money should be illegal. That is ridiculous to me.
Within a human, that's within a human.
Like I said, as long as nobody is being forced.
No.
Like I said, no one's underage and no one's being forced into it. If you go into that of your own free will, then you should. Like I said, I agree with George Carlin on this. Like, look, if you can give that away for free, if you could just go to a bar and like pick up a dude and fuck him and like leave the next day, you should be able to charge for that.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no reason why you shouldn't be able to.
Well, it just has to do with human rights. That's your body, as a woman.
I don't understand why that.
You have the right to do whatever you want for whatever kind of money. I talk about this a lot. As an ex-soldier, had the right to join any army, to kill any other motherfuckers to fight these wars for money. I'm selling my body. I could be killed in these for money. Why can't a woman do the same thing when it comes to sex? It's a lot safer.
Like I said, as long as no one is being forced into
it, right,
or coerced into it, then I do not have a problem with it. If you want to sell it for money, I do not have a problem with that.
If that's all that woman has,
at all.
If that's all that woman has, then...
Or if that's just how she wants to make money.
Wants to live, right, yeah. Well, some women are very successful at it and make a lot of money at it. Okay. Because they look a certain way and they know how to play the game.
I am not bothered.
They can go to Dubai or Las Vegas or whatever and make $1,000 a night. That's
it's not me. I don't want to do that, but that's, like I said, they're not me.
Yeah.
If they want to do that, then that is absolutely...
Yeah, to make it illegal is actually anti-American because the United States back in the when the United States formed in the 1700s, prostitution was legal.
Yeah.
It was legal. It did not become illegal until the 20th century. And it's not illegal everywhere. It's state by state, but
yeah,
because
it's generally illegal everywhere, but it tends to be like where, like obviously, like Vegas and stuff like that, you can get away with it. But
there should be controls on it, probably.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they should do what Vegas does.
Yeah.
Just make sure everyone is safe, make sure everyone is taken care of,
I do not believe that corporations should be involved where you have chains of brothels. I don't believe that. But nowadays, because you have technology, it should always be a private endeavor. A woman should be an independent actor. If she wants to fucking sell this shit through some app like fucking they got apps for it, then she should be able to do it. You don't really need corporations involved in it. That would make it worse.
It probably would, honestly.
Yeah, because then you have because this is America, you'd have a chain that'd be like McDonald's, and then your daughter would try to be working in this damn brothel chain, and it'd be like that. And then you'd have fucking dudes making a shit ton of money off of it.
And they'd be making they'd
be making
wage.
More money than the girls and shit. No, just make it so where it's just the girl. She doesn't need a fucking pimp.
I would rather the women had their own agency.
Yeah. Right.
You can run your own business. Mm-hmm. It's like if they have apps to facilitate that, that would be good too. It's just kind of like we're going to look out for everybody. Well, kind of like they do with the porn websites and the streaming websites. Like that kind of shit is good. Like just somebody watching over you, but not, controlling everything you do, not taking all your money. Like
there's
not
just
all
gotta
of
be
that.
Make sure there's security, but that's up to the woman in the platform. Whatever, somebody contracts you, they know who that customer is.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like there should be some safety protocols in place because it's like you don't know who this is. It's like you don't know if they're a serial killer.
They're consenting adults.
So, yeah, but you do need to know who is this person, where do they live, and in case something bad happens.
They're consenting adults. They should be able to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm kind of big on that. I'm kind of big on legalized prostitution, legalized drug use, everything like that, because it's as long as everyone's adults, I don't have a problem. So here's what happened with poor Sir Eugene. Because of the letters that were found in her apartment, because of all the sex magic and orgies, I guess, that he had indulged in, which, like I said, everyone consenting adults, it's fine. I kind of feel like it ruined his career. He was very famous prior to this. He was a big composer, big conductor, stuff like that. He comes back to Australia. He had been back in England for a time. He comes back and they had dudes there waiting to search his luggage, which, like I said, was very unusual for the time. They do it to everybody nowadays, but they didn't do it back then. So they looked through his luggage and they found 800 erotic photographs, which, according to everybody that I looked up, said they weren't what you were thinking. It wasn't super porn or anything like that. It was just softcore kind of shit. Erotic photographs, S&M type of stuff. Like I said, nobody would even bat an eye at it nowadays. He had some movies and he had some ritual masks and stuff. So he had some of that in his luggage. And because they found that, he got charged under Section 233 of the Customs Act.
Huh. And said there were a lot of animals that were tried for unnatural acts.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's fucking funny.
Ridiculous.
People were worried about what animals
they were. Shit, back in the witchcraft days, too. It's they'd be oh, well, this woman did this, and was but this pig also did this, so we're going to hang the pig also. I'm Jesus Christ. People were fucking idiots back. Well, people are fucking idiots nowadays, but they were even more of an idiot nowadays. Back then. Holy crap. So he had to plead guilty of bringing blasphemous, indecent, or obscene works into Australia. So he got fined £100, and this is in 1956. So I'm not really sure how much. That seemed like a lot of money for that time period. And honestly, like, when this came out in the media, holy crap. Like, there was just, like, fucking articles about him. Because he was a big deal. Like, everybody knew who he was and stuff like that. So, like, the media was showing up at his house for, like, months and months afterward. And there was just, like, all kind of, like, newspaper articles and stuff like that about him. And there was also, much like nowadays, I kind of feel like, the media were all into, like, oh my God, like, this big conspiracy, like, all these people are, like, into Satanism and blah, blah, blah. So this newspaper article comes out in, I think this was the Sunday Telegraph. And the headline was, Big Names in Devil Right Probe. And they were very into it. It's like, oh, this big fucking world famous person. It's like he did all this like sex magic and stuff. And it's like there's all these other high profile people. It's like a big lawyer and a banker and like all these big artists and stuff like that. And they're all into this like satanic shit. And then they're kind of like, ooh, more people are going to come out. Like all these names are going to come out. So it's just kind of like this whole, you know what I mean? They were making money off the shit. Now, so Sir Eugene, he had to go back home at some point, but it's just kind of like he pleaded guilty in absentia, like at the hearing that they had. And because of the scandal, he was essentially, I don't know if he was kind of forced into it or if he was just kind of like, yeah, I better. But he basically resigned his positions because he was the head of the Sydney Symphony Orchestra and the New South Wales Conservatorium of Music. And so he resigned both of those positions. Like, I don't know if they asked him to or if he's just like, yeah, I better. And then at that point, he went back to England and basically his career was ruined. Like, he was completely like disgraced after that, which is fucking crazy. So Rosaleen and Sir Eugene, their relationship was obviously over at this point. And I feel like she felt bad about it. They asked a guy that knew her, a friend of hers, if she felt bad about that. And he said she did, but it's just kind of like, here's the thing though. Sir Eugene, he was a grown-ass man.
A grown-ass man.
He was older than her.
Yeah.
He wrote to her. He was interested in her book. He didn't have to write to her. He came to Australia. He read the book. He was interested in her philosophy and interested in her as a person. And he wrote her a letter. She invited him, hey, why don't you come hang out with me and Gavin? He didn't have to. He did. So he came there. They got entangled. They got a whole sex magic thing. He was into it. And then I kind of feel like from then on, even up until the late 1990s, they were still writing articles in the Australian press blaming her for fucking up his career.
Yeah, she said that he didn't blame her.
He didn't blame her.
He didn't blame her, yeah.
And he shouldn't have.
No.
He's a grown-ass man.
Yeah, they were getting it on. He goes down there and he meets this fucking cool chick and her fucking boyfriend, and I'm assuming he's bi. And
yeah,
he's
because I believe he had sex with Gavin also.
Yeah,
or they all did.
Yeah, and he's having a threesome with them, and fucking they're doing their devil sex magic or pagan sex magic or whatever.
Yeah, and like he was real into that.
Yeah, he was in. The thing with him, really, when it boils down to it, is that he got exposed. That's what happened.
Sure.
He was. Had it been just her, it probably would have been okay. But because that other guy was involved, he was probably in the closet, like a lot of guys were back then. And it came out that he was bi or gay. And it looked bad on him. In those days, if you were a composer, you were supposed to be some classy motherfucker and like super fucking conventional and traditional.
Like you couldn't have a life.
You couldn't have your own life. You definitely couldn't have wild sex with another couple and shit. So that fucked up his career. Stupid when you think about it.
Which is sad.
But the public, the Western public in general, was childish. They thought that everything was a certain way and that everything was conventional. and that their entertainers and that their artists were like them, very conventional and normie. No. Entertainers and artists are fucking wild. Okay.
Well, that's kind of the whole.
That's why they're entertaining.
Thing.
You know, they have
if they were just normal, they wouldn't be all that entertaining. Normal,
they'd be working in a factory with y'all. That's not what they're doing. They're doing crazy shit, and that doesn't mean that they're bad people. That's where that entertaining energy is coming from.
Sure.
Okay. So they just weren't ready for this shit.
I guess not.
You could partially blame Western society in general. You could partially blame them for it because they didn't prime the basic public. Cool shit was only for very cool people, and they had to keep it on the down low.
Yeah, we couldn't tell. Like,
yeah, that's what was happening.
They wouldn't understand,
and it's always been that. It's really always been.
It really
that way.
has always been that way. And it's like, and it's just this reading about her, like, really threw that into like stark relief. I feel like because, like I said, nowadays you could do all this shit and no one would bat an eyelid. Like some people would, but nobody listens to those people anymore. But it's like back then, that was like the overriding culture, and it's just kind of like if you did something like just a little bit that deviated, but shit, man, if you just like took your clothes off and got whipped by somebody, police are gonna raid your house and shit. That is crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, and what these entertainers and chicks like Rosaleen, what she's doing, really. If you start going back in time to the 1600s, 1700s, even 1000 AD, that was shit that only royalty did. Peasants didn't know about all this shit. If you actually go back to see what way royalty acted, they were fucking wild. They didn't.
Well, because they could be.
They could do it, and they did all kinds of.
Because they didn't have anything over them that was like constraining them in any way.
Yeah, being conventional and being good, so-called good, and being normie was a peasant thing. That was something that was enforced on you, so you would have an orderly society. Because the people that ran the show wanted reliable workers. They wanted people that were honest, and they wanted people that did their jobs and fucking would obey instructions and shit. But the people in charge of shit, they were wild.
They did whatever they wanted
like
to.
a Roman Empire.
Because why wouldn't
you? Right.
They didn't have anybody enforcing shit on them.
Yeah. So if you go through history, a lot of these great kings and emperors and men of great renown and the women that were with them, they were freaky.
Yeah.
They were freaky.
I mean, humans are freaky.
Yeah, they were freaky.
It's just kind of like like I said, I like that nowadays people are like cognizant of that.
Well, nowadays, because of wealth, all right, if you're in the West, you're in a basically wealthy society, even though it's kind of collapsing right now. I still think it will fucking make it, all right? It's going to morph into the next phase because the West has always been an innovative society. The West is lucky because even poor people can fucking kind of partake and enjoy in things that in the past only kings could do.
Yeah.
You could go to the fucking housing projects here in the United States, and they have cars, and they have the internet and phones and access to the internet. A king of the 1700s could never imagine that kind of luxury. They didn't have access to air conditioning. Or even clean food. They barely had access to clean food.
Yeah, even rich people back then ate stuff that was like all full of bugs and stuff.
Even in the West, even poor people lived better than ancient kings did. Okay? So you have to look at it in perspective, all right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that it doesn't suck to be poor nowadays, because it does.
Yeah, it's just it didn't.
It's all relative. It's all relative.
It's all relative. It doesn't suck as bad as it used to be. If you were a peasant.
But nothing sucks as bad as it used to be.
If you were a peasant back in the
and that's a good thing.
If you were a peasant in the 1500s,
that's a good thing.
You were living in squalor.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the fact, I don't know. It just kind of makes me mad that she gets blamed for the downfall of this famous person, even though he was the one that initiated the contact. He's a grown-ass man. He went there of his own volition. He got involved at his own volition. You know, and the fact that he got exposed was just, that wasn't anything anyone did. Well, it wasn't anything she did. It was somebody stole some letters from them and then like sold it to the media. So it wasn't anything she did. It was just shit that was done behind her back. So it wasn't her fault. But I do kind of feel like they did, even up until the late 1990s, they were still acting like it was her fault that his career was ruined, which is pretty shitty. So what ended up happening after that? Like, after that whole thing, because like I said, they, you know, his career was ruined. They kind of broke up or whatever, if that's the case. And then Gavin, who she had lived with for many, many years, he actually got admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1955. He had had some mental health struggles for many years. In 1957, he actually got diagnosed with schizophrenia. And Rosaleen, actually, he was in the hospital for a long time, and she went and visited him for many years. After, like, she visited him up until 1964, and he got let out for a little while. But then he had another episode, and he tried to stab her to death. At which point he was readmitted to the hospital. Gavin
did that shit?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, he had problems. He was schizophrenic, like I said.
I didn't know he was schizophrenic.
Yeah. So they put him back in the hospital.
That was Roey's main man, really.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they were together a long time. They were companions for a long time. They lived together for a long time.
Yeah. Poor boy.
Well, and poor him, too. It's like he couldn't help it. Like, schizophrenia is, like, fucking horrible. But, yeah. So he got put back in the hospital, and he was actually in there. He wasn't let out until 1983, which was, like, 4 years after she died. So, I mean, but she did visit him while he was in there. So, yeah. So after all of the tourist shit, like after all of the media stuff about her, like, ooh, the witch of King's Cross, and she's a Satanist and blah blah blah. So it kind of like, there was like a little mini boom in like tourist people like coming to see her and stuff. Now, as I mentioned earlier, in New South Wales, where this was, because this was Sydney, the Witchcraft Act of 1735 in Britain was not repealed until 1971. Like I said, a year before I was born, which is fucking crazy. Even though it was repealed in 1951 in England. But so it was still technically illegal to do witchcraft at this stage in Sydney. But Rosaleen did not give a fuck and basically told the media she was a witch, and she talked about her beliefs quite openly and stuff like that. And not only sold her paintings, but also sold charms and, you know, would take money to cast hexes on people and shit like that. She would do witchcraft shit for people, you know what I mean? Okay, so she wasn't like making a secret about it. So toward the end of her life, she actually did that picture that you showed earlier where she looked quote unquote normal.
Yeah.
She moved in with her sister, Cecily, who was the only member of her family that she still got along with, apparently, who was quite a bit older than her. So she lived with her for a little while. That's where that picture was taken. But she lived with her for a while, but then she's like, man, whatever. But then, like, she moved back to King's Cross, and she moved into kind of an abandoned house. I kind of feel like they lived in a lot of squats, like, back then. So she kind of moved into this kind of janky
She didn't want
house.
to live. She wanted to live in normal suburbia.
She really didn't. And like I said, I respect that. I respect that she did not. She just wasn't into it. She wasn't into like normie shit, and I get that. I get it.
Yeah, she wanted to be back in the scene.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
So she moved back into that. And then kind of moved into another apartment in Roslyn Gardens with all her cats and rats and stuff like that.
What's funny is that she didn't find a man.
Well, she had a couple men, and maybe she was sick of it.
You'd think there'd be guys out there that'd be up for that.
Yeah, but I don't know if you know, but women, once they get to a certain age,
Yeah.
like once their man dies,
Yeah.
they're just like, thank God. Now I can just like do
free.
what I want to do.
She was young though, still when that was happening.
I mean, she was in her 50s.
Okay,
so she was probably
she's
like
trying to cruise her way out of there.
yeah, because she's like she
gonna have
moved back
another
into an
decade.
apartment and she just became a recluse.
Right.
She just moved in with her cats and stuff like that, and she's just like, man, fuck
She
it.
became a cat lady.
Well, yeah, like I said, I totally get it. I get it. A lot of women are like that. They're just kind of like, their man dies and they're just kind of like, yeah, I'm not doing that again. So
They're retired. Yeah.
yeah, that's enough. So yeah, so I kind of feel like that's what she did, and she had more dudes than normal, I guess. Well, she had like a couple going on at the same time. So she did that. So, like I said, she kind of became a recluse. And the media was still trying to like get her shit, but she's like, man, she wasn't really having it anymore. So she ended up dying in 1979. So, like, as I mentioned before, she was 62 years old. She died of colon cancer, and she got taken to a hospice that was run by Catholic nuns.
Yeah.
Which she thought was very, very funny.
Yeah, they were taking care
at
of
the
her.
time.
Yeah.
And well, like that they were taking care of her, and she was just kind of like I don't know. She thought that was quite hilarious. Now, supposedly, her last words, as Tom mentioned earlier, I came into the world bravely, I'll go out bravely, which she seemed to have. No one has ever said otherwise. They did actually make a plaque for her that's been put on the street, like in the neighborhood where she used to live. Now, since her death, I kind of feel like she was well known in Australia during her lifetime. But I don't know how widespread her fame was, because I kind of feel like in the US she wasn't really known until later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I kind of feel like she was a big deal in Australia, but we didn't really know about her.
No,
which is kind of a shame.
Australia kept her a secret from us.
I guess.
Well, I guess more like probably Hollywood. Hollywood kept her a secret. Fucking Hollywood should have made a movie about her.
Probably.
No,
like I said, there is
about
a good documentary about her on Amazon Prime, but
I think she was more influential than we think. I think a lot of
yeah.
I think a lot of people in the American scene, like I said, like Vampira and Anton LaVey,
yeah,
and Eric and Giger, H.R. Giger. I think they knew about her, because I look at her work and look at her, and I can see kind of an influence. I can see where some of that stuff come from.
Big time.
But I loved her art. As soon as they showed pictures of her, I'm watching.
How much of it did I show? I didn't show that much of it,
yeah,
right?
Show some of the shit that she did.
All right, let me see some of what did I show earlier.
I don't know. You can show it all over again.
Okay, so this one I think I showed.
As soon as
one.
I saw the work, I was like, "Oh man, she's good."
I like that one. That's called Bacchanal.
Let me see. Okay, let's see what we got here.
I'm covering you up.
Yeah.
But you know.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one before.
Yeah. They showed
It's
that
pretty
one on the
damn good.
documentary. I like that one. I think that's
Yeah, you guys can see what I'm talking about, where it almost looks like something out of a Marvel comic, or better actually. But there's something kind of comic book about it. I like it.
Yeah.
Good illustration.
And then this one.
Black
Did I show
Mag-
that one? Black Magic.
Black
yeah, that's the one
Magic,
that
yeah.
you were talking about earlier with.
Yeah, if you look at the
naked
top,
lady.
that's her. That's Rowie in her
And she's got
demonic form
hooves.
with hooves. And she's making love to her familiar, the gigantic black cat.
Yeah.
That's a
she's,
good one.
Like really into that kind of stuff.
And then at the bottom, you have a pentagram. Looks like a black cat in the pentagram, too. And then cat-like demonic spirits all around her.
And you have to think she was doing this shit in like the 1940s.
Yeah, this
and
is
like
40s.
1950s.
Yeah,
So.
real good.
This one is called Demonic Presence.
Yeah. She's seeing it in her mind, this fucking ram, this goat coming at her. It's awesome. Swirling around.
I showed Fohat and I showed Individuation.
Oh, there's a
I
bunch
showed
of-
Lucifer.
Show them again.
This one, Medusa.
Medusa. Yeah.
That's another one she did.
That's a good one.
And I don't think I showed this one before. Rites of Baron Samedi.
Yeah.
There's that one. which might be in color. I'm not sure. I think that was a pleat from the book.
Which one's self-portrait? Let's see.
Self-portrait with...
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Because that's her. There's Rowie.
With Accomplices of Evil. That's
Accomplices of Evil, yeah. She's got a bat, her black cat familiar, a goat, a serpent, a third eye in the center of her head, a fucking lantern like a genie. Yeah. It's good. What else? Rites of Baron what?
I showed you that already.
Okay.
This one's called The Adversary. I think showed that already.
Yeah.
With the dick. And this one's called The Master.
Okay, yeah. She was constantly channeling this one.
Yeah.
She said she would channel the Master quite regularly. He was kind of like Pan. That was her vision of masculine sexual energy.
Yeah.
And the thing that men could do. She was big. She was into masculine and feminine. She was very gendered. She liked them both.
Yeah. Like I said, very gender fluid. I kind of feel like we're...
Yeah, well, she kind of moved in between the two, but you could tell that... I could tell from her art that she was into guys, and she was into girls, too, and into herself, also. But, you know, she was sexy. She was a sexy chick.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, very ahead of her time.
Yeah.
Very ahead of her time. So, after she died, you know, all of her paintings, well, not all of them, but the ones that were, like, a lot of them were owned by a pub owner named Don Deaton. And he actually sold them to a collector, like, for £5,000. So a lot of them are still out there. Like, if you search online, you can actually buy some of her works. She was quite prolific. You know, you're going to pay between $500 and $1,000 for some of that stuff.
And the pictures that we showed, I've actually seen better from her, too.
Yeah, that's like, there's just the good ones that I could find.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other ones that I think were really good.
She was, like I said, she was very prolific. She did, like, a lot of artwork. So in 1982, they re-released, you know, the book that got banned and, like, you know, the U.S. is like, you can't import it, we're going to burn them or whatever. They re-released that book, The Art of Rosaleen Norton. And they put, like, some new plates in it and stuff like that. So, you know, it was had an ivory slipcover and, like, they did a real nice job of it. So they also did, a couple years later, they did a supplemental book to that. So I kind of feel like in the 80s, maybe, they started to, like, kind of appreciate her a little bit more. Also, in late 82, they did a play that was based on her. Gavin Greenlees was still alive at this point, as was Wally Glover, the publisher that had done the book, and they both went and saw the play, but they said it was terrible. So I don't really know, but you can see, like, how culturally influential she was. Now, there was actually a biography of her called Pan's Daughter that came out in 1988 that was written by Neville Drury, who, if he was interviewed, like, on the documentary that we watched, which is on Amazon Prime. So he wrote a book that came out in 88 if you want to read that. There have been a bunch of other exhibitions and accompanying books of her work and stuff like that. One of them came out in 2000. There was one in 2009. There was one in 2012, 2013, 2017. So I kind of feel like she's kind of getting her moment. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like people are appreciating her more nowadays. So, interestingly, I thought this was kind of interesting. So, back in 1993, there was an interview with Kenneth Anger, which, you know, most of you people might know. He's a very famous, like, experimental filmmaker, actor, writer, blah, blah, blah. And he was thinking about making a movie about her. You know, he had done, like, a film treatment and stuff like that. And he talked about it from 1993. But it never got done. And unfortunately, Kenneth Anger died in 2023. So I'm imagining that's never going to happen. However, as I mentioned earlier, Sonia Bible, who is an Australian filmmaker, she made a documentary about her. called The Witch of King's Cross, which you can watch on Amazon Prime, among other places.
It's good. It's good.
And it's actually like a decent. It's like an hour and 15 minutes long, hour and 16 minutes long. It's actually like really decent. I really liked it.
They got some interpretive dance shit going on.
Yeah.
Dressed up as devils and fucking.
Yeah.
The other one that she was Lilith.
Yeah. They have a whole. Yeah. They have like some whole kind of.
Yeah.
Little interstitials where there's like some, I guess they're like ballet dancers or whatever, and they have one that's like Pan, and one that's Lilith, and one that's Lucifer, and they have like a whole interpretive dance thing going on, and they have like a really good actress like playing her, but they have like some they have a bunch of people that actually knew her in real life, and they have just a lot of background stuff, like a little bit of video of her and stuff. There's not a huge amount of video I found. I did find a little bit of a video interview with her from the 50s, but it was only a couple minutes long. You know what I mean? So it's out there, but there's not a lot of it. Because like I said, it was...
Yeah, Roey's energy was Lilith energy. And she was kind of attracted to like Pan, all right, and Lucifer. Those types of fucking icons. Lilith was that's from, I think it was from the Apocrypha, if I remember correctly, or either the Jubilees, either Apocrypha or the Jubilees. That's Old Testament.
Because she was like Adam's first wife.
Adam's first wife,
and she mouthed off. So
and she was a dominant female sexual.
Can't have that.
Well,
in Christianity.
Well, it was Judaism.
And Judaism. Well, it's the same.
She was a dominant female sexual predator. Really, is what it was. She took what she wanted from men. She took the sexual pleasure. She'd come and take your dick. She rode on top. That was really what her sin was, from what I remember from I think it was.
She jumped on top of.
She was on top, riding, and Adam couldn't take that shit.
Love it.
So she tried to be dominant over him.
Oh no!
And that's not what God wanted.
Oh no!
So she got kicked out. Then she started killing children and eating people's children.
Can't blame her, really.
That was just a story. Well, that was the energy that was the sexual energy that Roey was into. She was into the I'm gonna fuck you energy. That's what it was. That's what she's talking about.
But the thing about her is that she seemed like pretty like open too. Yeah, she would just take it however. Like she liked being dominant, but it's like if she wasn't, then it was okay.
Right.
Which, like I said, I kind of feel like that's kind of the ideal way to be. Yeah. You just kind of like roll with
in the BDSM scene,
whatever the situation is.
In the BDSM scene, which she was kind of like something out of the BDSM.
Oh yeah.
It was called somebody who was a power trader.
Yeah.
They liked to be
or
dominant or submissive. They were switching.
Yeah.
So she wanted to fuck the shit out of you, and you better fuck shit out of her. You ain't a man. That's what that was.
That's what we see.
That's the energy. Okay.
I like that.
That was the energy.
I like that. I kind of feel like that's the ideal situation.
Yeah, she liked guys that were gay or bi or straight, and she was going to come at that in any direction she wanted to. She'd eroticize all that.
Sure. Like I said, I kind of feel like that's the best situation to be in because it's just kind of like you're just kind of rolling with whatever is coming at you.
Yeah.
Which
I could deal with it. That's kind of one I could deal with it. I was like, all right, I've known girls like that. From the scene back in Boston and shit. Like, okay, I know what you're talking about.
I can roll with that.
She just wants hot sex. And
I can roll with
in
that.
the 50s, that wasn't fucking all that cool for the mainstream chick wasn't like that. The mainstream chick was kind of fucking house mouse, and you could get crazy, but you can't get that crazy. You know what I mean? But she nowadays you consider her kind of normal in a way. But she was intelligent and artistic. I could tell this intelligent woman. I saw little recordings of her and everything, and her talking to the rat, and I was just like, all right. Yeah, she's calling her, not this little bloke here. She was a normal chick.
She called the rat a bloke.
Yeah, she's.
I thought that was so funny.
She was a normal chick, kind of a normal goth chick. Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, that's what struck me about it, is that watching her talk and, like, hearing her about it and stuff like that, I'm like, she would totally blend in.
Yeah, today in the scene, the goth scene,
like, everyone would just, she would just be like, everybody be like, yeah, that's that cool chick.
Yeah, she just didn't have the people that she could pick from nowadays.
Yeah,
so she hung out with in King's Cross where all the hookers were.
And, well, that's you had to. Like I said,
because they were unusual and they were open to what.
Sure.
Open to more.
You had to be back then. You had to be outside of society. You had to be like basically a criminal, or what they would have considered you a criminal back then. To get it, even though obviously by today's standards you wouldn't be considered a criminal, but back then you would have been. Yeah. But like nowadays, everybody like I said, nowadays, and I'm not saying this is a ding on her, but like nowadays she wouldn't stand out.
Yeah.
In a bad way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She might stand out because like her art was cool and stuff like that, but she wouldn't stand out like nobody would notice her. Yeah. Ooh, she's doing this. It's like, yeah, we're all doing that.
If you look at her male figures that she's drawing. When you look at the Master, or if you look at what was the other one, Lucifer, she likes very masculine guys who are physical, jacked, but they're also occult and sensual, and they're intelligent, and they're powerful, and they're dangerous. So I'm going like, okay, I see what she's talking. That's what she's drawing. Okay, she was drawing the men that she drew was basically the male equivalent. If she was a dude, she would have been a dude drawing fucking sexy succubi. That's what she would been. Some voluptuous fucking woman with fucking bat wings and fucking coming down on you, and that's she was into that kind. She was a girl that into the male version of that. And when she drew women, she's mostly drawing herself, from what I saw.
Most of the women that she drew looked like her,
hypersexualized version of herself.
Well, like more, like way more voluptuous though. Yeah.
She was skinny,
but the face looked like her face.
She's drawing images of herself,
like an idealized
version of the way she wanted to look. She wanted to have,
which a lot of artists do.
Yeah, she wanted to be a little more muscular, a little more bigger boobs, and a little more voluptuous. Because in reality, she was skinny. But I do respect that she kept her fucking teeth and her face the same. This fucking wicked looking teeth and the fucking.
Like I said, I kind of love that.
Yeah.
I kind of love that.
She had kind of a.
She was unapologetic. She was just like, look, this is what I look like, and this is what look, I'm a witch, I'm a bad and she just.
She kind of had a sinister looking face.
She didn't apologize for it.
Like the Wicked Witch of the West from fucking
and I thought
Wizard
that was
of Oz.
Back then, and I thought that was awesome.
Yeah. Because she's being unapologetic.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And it's like that must have been like 100 times harder back then.
And she's it's female sexual aggression too in the drawings.
In a time when that was not acceptable.
Yeah, she's like, I'm gonna fuck you.
Right, not acceptable back then. So, absolutely not.
So I'm back engineering her thinking through the drawings that I saw, because I can draw too, and I have stage experience, so I see what she's drawing and the body language, the faces. So I'm getting a good idea of what she felt like, what she was thinking, how she feel, and she was cool, very cool.
Yeah, she seemed super cool. Yeah. I kind of wish I had met her back in the day. She seemed like kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Tammy says, a lot of witches are gender fluid. There are a bunch of YouTube channels dealing with witches. Yeah, I kind of feel like, and like I said, I kind of feel like that's been a thing. That was one of the things that I feel like attracted me to the goth scene early on. It was mostly the music and the aesthetic and everything like that, but I think that one of the things that attracted me to it back in the 80s was that they didn't really care what gender you were. Yeah. They're like, they didn't care if you were straight or gay or bi or trans or whatever. They're like, all right, you're into the same shit I'm into, so it's like they did not
but I don't think Rowie was gender fluid by today's standards. She was female, an aggressive female with a bunch of male attributes. She was a active, aggressive, I don't want to say hostile, but predatory female. She gonna get what she wants. That's what
and she had dudes that would.
She liked submission in men, but she also liked dominance. But
I get
she
that.
was also a sub herself and a dominant. So it's power trading.
Like I said, you could.
She liked all the flavors of it.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean about fluid is that you were just kind of like. You would accept...
It was the situation, whatever situation was happening.
And like I said, I kind of feel like I'm the same way. It's just kind of like whatever situation comes up.
So the situation.
You know, it's just kind of like you just roll with whatever.
She's a woman. She's in the limitations of the 50s. She's has fantasies and imagining certain things happening. And there aren't any flesh and blood men and women to fulfill these fantasies, so she's channeling them in her spiritual work and in her art. She's idealizing what she wants. Yeah. Poor her, though. Had she been born now, she could have gotten what she wanted.
Well, that's why I told you. It's like when we were watching the documentary, it was like just for a week.
Yeah,
I would love to go back in time,
go hang out with you,
and go bring her to now.
Yeah,
and see if she was like, because I'm like, look, you can do whatever.
Yeah, because there are guys in the scene that she would have been in that look like that would have done that to her, and there were girls that looked like that would have done that. With
Absolutely.
Her. Yeah. So.
And it's like, but like I said, she was so ahead of her time because it's like the fact that she just did that shit and she was like not apologetic about it. She didn't try to hide it. She didn't try to make excuses. She's like, basically, this is it and deal with it or don't. Very ahead of her time. Yeah. I kind of feel like and she wasn't afraid of getting arrested because obviously she did. You know, and I respect that. And she kept to her fucking principles her whole life.
Yeah, Tim, she liked men and women, but that's not necessarily what gender fluid would mean under today's standards. It's what Jen said. It would depend on the situation, the power dynamics between the individuals involved in what was happening. She did do sex magic stuff.
Yeah, she was mainly, I feel like she was mainly into dudes.
She's mostly hetero, I would think,
but if there was like an orgy situation and like women were there and like there was a whole sex magic thing going on, she would absolutely, because they did say in some of the letters that, you know, there were women there and they were, you know, not to be crass, but they're like, you know, licking the pussy or whatever, and it's just like she was all into that too. So it's just kind of like,
yeah. But the thing is that in maybe the normies that's some big shit, but to us, women did that anyway. It didn't mess, you know, a lot of women do that.
That's what I mean. It's like, it's funny because
it's not as in the box. It's not as, we don't define it the same way. It's just sex.
Yeah.
It's just sex.
I mean,
and fucking
like I said, there's things about it. You have boundaries. You have things that's like, you know, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do that. It's like, that's fine. But it's like, you know, we've been in a situation where
it's more of like a between people type thing. It's not really oh man.
What do you want to say?
I just can't really explain it to somebody. It's something it just kind of happens in the moment, you know. Now these people were in a different time. They're the 50s.
Yeah, I kind of feel like nowadays no one would care.
Yeah.
But back then, it was like evidently like a huge deal.
Yeah, and
they were doing shit that we would do like on a fucking, you know, random Saturday night.
Yeah, they're doing things
cops would be busting in.
Yeah, they're doing things that in their time was real taboo, and it's turning them on so much that they're fucking having mental breaks from reality and having out of body experiences.
Yeah,
they're trying to.
Which I can kind of see that because it was more, because back then it was so, because you could get in trouble and it was like there's a lot more.
Right. Wouldn't be the same today. That's why people do DMT.
Yeah.
And LSD. It's because
which, like I said,
not under the same limitations they were under.
I don't want to go back. I would not want to go back where it's just kind of like just regular sexual shit was like fucking prosecutable. That would suck a lot. But I get that it was like, it was hotter when you were doing shit
that you weren't supposed
to be doing.
Yeah.
Like nowadays you can
leaving their bodies and fucking
right.
see it going into the
nowadays you can do all
shit.
kind of crazy shit. You can go online and just like see people like doing shit you didn't even think of doing. It's like, oh, look at that. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like, you know, so we're so jaded nowadays
that a lot of this shit wouldn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sex magic wouldn't work.
I kind of feel like that's better, but I don't know. But I get people that argue the other way. I get it. But I wouldn't want to go back to like...
It was just inconvenient. Inconvenient to be in a system that would constantly be watching you and worried about what
That's
you were
what
doing.
I mean. It's like I don't... Because I would not like... I couldn't enjoy myself like thinking, oh, if we do this nowadays pretty regular thing, it's like, what if somebody saw us through the window or something like that? It's like they took a picture and we got arrested.
If she was trisexual, wouldn't try anything.
I mean, pretty much, which like maybe.
I think she knew what she wanted.
Yeah.
She's just trying to have fun.
And like I said, I kind of respect that.
Yeah.
And she was willing to get other consenting adults to do what she wanted to do. So, fair play to her.
So is that about the end of the show? Been on it for 4 hours.
Holy crap, we have.
It's been a long show, but I thought it was a good show.
I mean, like I said, I thought this would be a good topic.
Yeah, most people stayed with us.
They did, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess we'll
wrap
hungry. It up. Yeah, I am kind of too.
I'll make something.
Man, we've eaten like one burrito today. That was it.
Yeah.
I had one burrito.
Yeah.
All day long. But yeah, so thank you everybody for dropping by this evening. Thank you again for whoever recommended this topic.
Yeah.
Because this was a great fucking topic.
Yeah, I was glad to have seen Rowie.
I mean,
I didn't know about her.
Yeah, I didn't either. And it's like we watched all kind of like I watched all these documentaries. We watched a documentary. And he's like, "Holy crap, that's a cool fucking chick." Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just goes to show how.
Yeah, she like the Australian Anton LaVey, but kind of cooler.
But cooler than
Anton. I like her better than Anton.
The cooler than Anton LaVey.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna wrap it up for this evening because we've been on for more than 4 hours. So we're gonna go get something to eat. So hopefully you guys can enjoy. I might put a video up tomorrow if I have time to. I watched the movie Birth Rebirth on Shudder. If you guys have not seen that, from 2022, I think. And I might put up a review of that tomorrow if I have time. But if not, I will see you guys again on Friday night for the Sidetrack show. We're going to get a Memento on Friday night, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to do like a little bit of a pregame at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, as we usually do. So hopefully you guys can join us for that. We will see you again on Friday night. Thanks, everybody, for dropping by. And we will see you guys again on Friday. Good night.